All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Welcome, one and all. We are going to play a bit of Aurora 4X, a fantastic game that has just been updated. Let me just make sure some sound is working. There's no game sound. I'm just adjusting my mic a bit. Bring it up so I don't have to speak so loudly. Yeah, so the update to Aurora 4X is out, Aurora C Sharp. It's been completely recoded using a better programming language, which means a lot of new things. The game engine just runs a lot faster, but there's also been a lot of updates to the content of the game as well. And there's been a week or so, well, it was released about a week ago, and there's Steve, who's the single developer for this game, has been working like crazy, squashing bugs, and it's sort of stable enough now in the sense that, it was always stable and that it wouldn't crash, but, there aren't like new patches that break saves all the time. I'm sure there will be plenty, but it's good enough that we can kind of try to get a campaign in here. So let's start a campaign here. New game. We'll call it, this is using patch 1.63, so I'll call it 163 stream campaign, just so I can remember what it is. And yeah, so these are the same options that used to be there. One thing I'm going to do differently is, one new option here is that you can have a NPR race that starts within a known distance of you, which is great because it used to be that if you had a starting NPR, you might just never meet it and it would just drain, the resources of your PC, right, trying to simulate them while it was doing nothing. Now, not only does it run much more efficiently, so it's less of an issue, but we can almost guarantee that we're going to meet them. Now, the thing is, I think this only works if you use the known star systems, and I like to not use the known star systems because I want to have like nebula and black hole. But for this time, we will use the known star systems just to test this out, because I've actually done a couple of test games where I did not use known star systems but did generate an NPR with these settings, and I think that kind of messed up the system generation. I got some kind of weird galaxy maps with that, so we're going to try this. Leave all these things to default. Yeah, let's go ahead and set up our race here. So we'll do like, we won't RP this too hard. This will just be sort of exploring the game mechanics. Let's do some kind of like bland United Earth. Kind of like a future United Nations. Okay, so now we have much improved sort of customization here. So the naming scheme for the new systems we discover, I think we'll go with like nations of the Earth. And then the classes for our ships. How about cities or something like that? Can we do that? Not quite. We could do nations also, but I don't want to double up on that. Let's use... Alright, we'll just use Terran Federation. Okay, the ranks... I actually don't know what the ranks are if you do Nations of Earth. Let's find out. And then the naming theme, I think we'll just go with English for now, but actually we can... so this will determine our starting roster, what naming scheme they'll use, but later we can add a mix, and it will kind of use different weights to add different names coming from different backgrounds. So maybe we can play around with that a bit later. Maybe we will. Okay, so we're going to do a TN start to get started a bit quicker. And I'm just going to edit these things in, let's just change this flag a little bit. We'll use Space Master mode to get our start all set up properly. How about this? The United Nations Z. Okay, we'll make the changes we need to. This is fine, this guy's fine, and these will be our icons. Create. Okay, so let's get started here. Let's set up our things. Okay. So here we have the new commander screen. We'll put on automated assignments. Let's actually, before we do that, let's go to the race menu here. And let's add some diversity here. So the naming theme, right now it's 100% English, but we can modify this. Here, let's make like English 30%. Let's add a few, let's get an international flavor here. So let's get like 10% Arabic. Let's get, let's add some French in here. Let's add some Indian. Let's add some Chinese. Let's get, some European. Representation there. Let's get some Spanish. Get some Russian, maybe. Okay. Of course, the problem with doing this, of course, is that the ones that you didn't click are. I'm sorry if you're from a country or from a language group that I didn't choose. I'm just kind of randomly. Just want to have a bit more diversity in the names of our commanders. Okay. So I'm sorry if I didn't pick your language. All right, good enough. Now, unfortunately, that's not quite available on race generation. So the first batch all have whatever you chose as the first thing. So they all have English names for the first group. But over time, this will kind of will even itself out. Okay, let's go and find a good governor for Earth. And I want to have some production here. So let's see, production and wealth. Oh, this is good. Amber Page, looks like you are going to be the winner. Oh no, but you're only admin rating 2. That's terrible. Okay, this isn't terrible. Oh no, but he's got high. She's got high terraforming. We're gonna want her for something else. All right, then let's go back up here. We can do Tailor Barber, production and wealth. Okay, maybe one of these 5% has amazing other skills. Production and mining 5.5. No. Yeah, not really. Okay. Tailor Barber it is. Okay, you are the governor of Earth right now. Let's go ahead. So we've got a few things to do to finish setting up our start. We've got to assign our kind of starting tech points. It's a TN start, so we have basically kind of like the first rank of everything research, but we've got a bunch of free tech points. We might go over a little bit. So let's start assigning those tech points. So we'll get terraforming modules. Let's be at the stage where we're sort of ready to expand into the solar system. So we can have terraforming stations. Let's be ready to have sorghum harvesting stations. but not necessarily asteroid mining. That might not be a necessity. I'm actually, yeah, and maybe not yet jump gate stabilization. Let's get a slightly less crappy armor, just to make our ships a bit lighter. Okay, in terms of weapons, we are going to start ourselves with a basic navy. So we need the basic stuff to not be completely useless. I mean, we'll be pretty useless, but, you know, won't be completely useless. Why don't we go, we won't do missiles. It's too much tech points early on. So I'm getting some turret tracking. That'll be for some PD. I think we'll just do, I'll do like Gauss PD I like to do. Let's do particle beams. Let's invest a little bit here. Do some particle beams. Okay, ground combat. Let's get construction. This is a huge new thing in C#, the way this is done. So we'll have to go over this in a bit more detail. But for now, I'm just going to click on the things we need to click on, and we'll come back to this later. Geosurvey we'll want, but it's not something we need immediately. Ground-based geosurveys. Okay, logistics. We are going to need tugs because we're going to make ships. And the rest we can kind of put off for now. Oh, let's get fuel storage large, because otherwise we have like hundreds of tiny fuel compartments, which is a bit annoying. Yeah, that's enough for now. Okay, missiles and kinetics. Yeah, we're going to go Gauss, so let's get one level of Gauss here. And that's it. Okay, power and propulsion. We need a cap recharge rate for our particle beams. Let's get a bit of fuel efficiency. I do want jump point theory done so I can get grav ships out, and our first survey ships are going to be jump capable, so we're just going to get some basic tech. So actually we want jump 5. And we're going to need some engines that are not the worst. I mean, this is pretty bad, but okay, we need engine techs. So improved nuclear thermal engines. Let's get to like NPE at least. Pebble bed. All right. We don't really have a lot of tech points left, but I might cheat and give ourselves a bit more starting tech. So we want to have, this is for PD weapons. Yeah, we're going to cheat a little bit. We're going to take a bit more tech here. Yeah, let's do that. Here, let's turn on Space Master mode. Just, we're almost done actually getting the tech that we wanted. We just need geo sensors, grav sensors, beam fire control range, and just a bit of basic sensor tech. And that is basically all we need in terms of the base science. So we need to design a bunch of ships with that. So let's do that. Actually, we need to design some parts first. Okay, so we're going to need some engines. So we're going to need some big old commercial engines. Now there's a new engines now. You have to research bigger size engines, but 25 hull size is big enough that it's fuel efficient enough to use in our early commercial ship designs. We can research more later, but I think for now this is fine. So let's get that done. And I need a smaller version that I'm going to put on my scout ships. And we're going to need a fast version that we're going to put on our military ships. So let's do that. Yeah. Okay. We're going to need a jump engine, a jump drive for my 5,000 ton scout ship that I have designed in my mind that I will show you. We're going to need some basic sensors. Ships no longer have basic integrated tiny passive sensors like they used to, so you have to kind of put them on there. Sensors have been kind of rebalanced a bit in that small sensors are much better than they used to be, and large sensors are not as good. So sensor ranges in general have decreased, but it's now pretty good and very cheap to just have tiny sensors on everything. Passive sensors I'm talking about. Okay, let's get, we're going to need our Gauss cannons. We're going to go with these because they have a hit decay, H decay of 1. So let's do that. Then let's get a turret, a quad turret that tracks at 12,000. Good. And let's get our particle beam. Recharge rate 3, so they shoot. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, we're going to need a power plant for said particle beam. Did I research any of this tech? Maybe not. It's okay. Power plants are pretty small components. We just need 3 power here. Okay. And now we need some sensors to put on our military ships. So we need okay, hang on. First we need beam fire control. So let's get our point defense beam fire control. So this is going to be maximum tracking speed, which is 12,000 to match our turrets. And let's bump up the range a tiny bit, just so it's more precise, as precise as we can get when we close in at the last minute. So this will be our PD fire control, and then our particle lances don't need to be that fast. In fact, the ships aren't going to be that fast. The ships are only going to be going, with our given tech, I'm estimating we'll only be going roughly this speed, so this is as fast as our tracking needs to be. But the range needs to be as long as possible. Okay, that's our beam fire controls. Now, active sensors. So we need a sensor to find the missiles. Sensor size, right. Okay, so these early game missiles don't go that fast. Yeah, we could do like a 0.5 size, detect them at 360. This is long enough. It'll give my particle beams even a chance to shoot down these missiles. So let's do that. Voris D says, note that power plants seem to have been changed, so you want to put multiple on one ship. It's better to make big power plants. Oh, interesting. That's something that wasn't the case before. But let's take a look quickly. Yeah, power adjustment. Okay, so hang on. So a power plant of size 1 is doing a power output of 3.2. A power plant of size 2 is doing much more than double. Very interesting. Okay. Well, that's interesting. So why don't I... yeah, that is very interesting. So I need like multiples of 3. My first ships are only going to have like 4 particle lances each, maybe, which is like 12. I need 12, so I wonder if maybe we save a bit of space by having two of these guys. we'll check. I like to have a bit of redundancy, but that's a good point. Okay. All right, so we have our missile sensors, and now we need to detect ships. So let's aim for like a target resolution of about 10,000. And here, let's have a few different versions. So we'll have like, see, because just a size 1 can already detect up to 27 million kilometers. So let's have one really big sensor to see pretty far out that we'll have on like a kind of scout ship. This will also be the ship that will probably end up being the target of a lot of incoming fire. So yeah, like just have a big sensor here, but that's just to find enemy ships. Most of our ships are going to run. Well, let's have another tiny sensor here. It's even like this is good on most little ships, just so they can see them. We don't want to waste space with that. Okay, I think that's all the components we need. Let's start designing some ships. So, new ship class, the Discovery. Well, clearly, let's make this a wide view. Clearly, this has to be our survey ship. Okay, so this survey ship is going to have, okay, first of all, passive thermal, passive EM. Then let's get some 2 gravs, 2 geos, jump drive, regular engines, and that is basically it. So now let's get some capacity. Can we make this like a 4-year ship? Let's see. Yeah, and fuel. A little low on the fuel. Oh, that's close. I think we can make this work. 2, 3, 4. Tiny. Oh, maybe not. Yeah, it's not super fuel efficient, but it'll do for now. About a 4-year mission. Good. All right, this is going to be the Discovery. New ship class, the Napoleon class. This is going to be our freighter. Cargo ships. So cargo ships, we're going to have maybe 5 of these commercial engines. We need a standard cargo hold. We need some shuttles. Let's have 4 shuttles here. And that's pretty much it, actually. This fuel capacity and range is good enough for me. So that works. These guys can be conscripts. We don't need like fancy crew here. Now let's get the outreach. This will be our colony ship. And basically the same thing. Cryogenic transports. We'll need 10 of these. And engines. Yeah, is this basically the same? Basically, yeah. Cargo shuttle multiplier. Yeah, did I put the same things? Yeah, basically. Okay, we're good to go. Oh, actually, one thing I should check here is what are the... Okay, so when I do Nations of Earth, the naming scheme for the commanders is this. Dictator, Minister, Vice Chancellor, Chancellor, Prime Minister, Vice President, President. I think that's kind of awkward. So why don't let's see if we can change this. Oh, maybe we can't. After I guess it got kind of built in. Um, hmm. Well, we can edit it manually. I think. We used to be able to edit it manually. Let's take a look. Commanders. Yeah, we can add ranks and delete ranks. So I find this is old. I guess I just don't see how. Like, this makes sense as a hierarchy. I mean, dictator is a little awkward, given like the current modern meaning of the word. Yeah, this is a little weird. Okay, let's see if we can. What happens if we add a rank and then we can delete some ranks later? Well, actually, we're gonna test here. We're gonna see what happens. So, what if we just added like a oh, geez. Okay, it put that at the top. Now, what happens if I refresh that window? Yeah, now it thinks that's the highest rank. But I wanted this to be a low rank. Oh, we can actually auto rename all the commanders. Wait, let's just test this very quickly to see if this does what I think it'll do. If I do auto rename all. Yes. Oh, I didn't realize that button was there. Oh, that's fantastic. That didn't seem to have worked. Maybe we have to refresh this window. Yes, it did. Great. Okay. Oh, that's good news. I didn't realize there was a button that does that. Yeah, all right. Let's delete this rank. Okay. I wasn't sure. I remember renaming ranks before, but I wasn't sure if this button was for the commanders for the ranks, but it works for the rank. Okay, so then let's do something a little more like kind of less of a political naming scheme and more of like a pragmatic naming scheme. So maybe at the bottom we have like a specialist. Okay. Oh, wait, did you just delete all my special? Oh, no, good. Huh. Okay, that scared me a little bit. Okay, maybe like a operative. About a like it could be like captain, just because we're gonna have like these are the people that are gonna be like running our ships. So we can use some of the normal ones. Commander, actually, normally commander is under captain. Let's change that. Let's make that the commander. Let's make these the captains. Then we could have like vice admiral and then admiral. And Let's have this be just the Secretary General. Because we're doing future sci-fi United Nations. Okay. And let's make sure we didn't break everything. Good. All right, that's a little... That way, because what happens is all these low-level commanders keep popping up in the events, and if they're all called, like, dictators, it just... I don't know, there's something weird about that. Okay, where were we? We were designing... Yes, I noticed it because I was looking here, and it was telling me, like, oh, the maximum rank for this ship is a dictator. That was a little weird. Okay, we got our colony ships, we got our cargo ships, we got our survey ships. We need some more civilian ships here. Okay, we need a Nelson. This is going to be a small troop transport. This troop transport will be designed to hold, let's see, let's make sure the outreach is also, okay, this troop transport, we're going to do like 10,000 tons worth of troop capacity here, nothing too big, 2 commercial engines. Just a small little troop transport ship, very simple. Let's get a Braswell class. Let's make this a tanker. We need a tanker. Yeah, we need some engines, maybe 3 engines. We need the new fuel refueling system here. And then a bunch of fuel storage. We'll make this about a 20,000 ton ship, so... Yeah, it can hold about 15 million liters. Good. And this, we'll flag this as a tanker and a conscript. Okay, good. We also need a tug. So let's get a tractor beam and a pile of engines. And we'll need some fuel too, but how about... Let's get under 20,000 as well. Oh, I meant to reduce the number of engines. Let's add a bit more fuel. Whatever, good enough. Okay, so the tanker I labeled correctly. This is going to be our tug. Again, conscript. So I think we're good on all these commercial designs. Okay, let's see. Tanker, tug, troop transport, cargo ships, colony ships. Let's design our 2 stations. So we're going to have a terraforming base. And we don't need fuel. This will be no armor, which makes it buildable. So we no longer need to have orbital habitats. We can just make a station with just the modules that we want. So I'm actually not going to make something too big. We're just going to go with 20 modules, which is, like, later, the advantage of these is making them massive, but we don't have a huge production capacity, so it would take like years to make like a 2 million ton ship given our current production capacity. So if we want to actually be able to build them, we want something pretty small. So I've found in my tests that this is a reasonable. We can actually get these out relatively quickly. So let's do that. Aim for about 500,000 tons. Okay, and let's do the same for a fuel harvesting station, which will be the Cornwallis. Fuel harvesting base. Yeah, we'll need fuel storage, don't you worry. We need a refueling thing. Oh, I just remembered something I need to do on my tankers. We'll get back to that in a moment, but let's just get the sorghum harvesters. Yeah, 20 sorghum harvesters, and now we need, I'll put about 20 million fuel capacity on these. If we're producing 8 million a year, a couple years to fill up, and then we can drain it with a tanker, so this is fine. Now the tankers, before I forget, I need to set their minimum fuel to something like, 200,000. And what this does is that when I order them to unload their fuel to a colony, it will keep that much in reserve, which is a tiny percentage of its total fuel capacity, but it's more than enough for it to cross the system to go refuel again, for example, at Saturn or wherever they'll end up being parked. Okay, those are our stations. Now let's design a couple military ships. Okay, let's have an Argentina class like destroyer escort. So this would be point defense ship. Destroyer D. Destroyer escort. Okay, so this will have 3 engines. We're going to put the missile sensors, the PD fire control. Let's get some of those turrets, Gauss cannons. Oh, I had 20. Whoops. Yeah, 40 Gauss cannons, 60 engines. Whoops, 20 fire controls, 20 sensors. Yeah, a little ambitious. All right, let's fix that. So, engines, search, sensor, beam fire control. Let's put the passives on here, and let's see how much. Let's see if we could do a 3-year deployment time on these. Maybe not. I'm going to aim for a much larger fuel capacity than I used to do in VB6 Aurora. Let's aim for about 15 billion or more kilometers. Okay. Oh, and armor. Bit of armor. That's not bad. Okay, a bit more engineering. Oh, we put 5 because I wasn't careful. All right, maybe not a whole engineering. How about a small? Yeah, that's pretty close. Let's tweak that. Let's make it a tiny. Okay, these are half of each of the previous one. We can tweak the fuel. Okay, they're slower than I thought. Wait, how many engines did I put here? Yeah, 3. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, we just have bad engine technology. We're going to need This is a lot slower than I thought. Oh, it's because my multiplier is so low. That's also why the range is better than I thought. Because we've only got 1.5x multiplier. We're either going to need much better engines before we meet aliens or missiles, because we're never going to be able to catch up with anything going at 3,600 kilometers per second. But role-playing wise, we wouldn't know that. So, yeah. Okay, there's our exact size, almost size 100. I mean, there's plenty of stuff that's missing. We don't have damage control and all that, but this is a nice little nugget of a ship. So we've got 4 quad Gauss cannon turrets with a beam fire control. You know what would actually be a bit better is if we had a second beam fire control here. Because I don't know if it takes up so much space. Let's sacrifice a bit of sort of endurance here. And engineering. Oh, no, we could just sacrifice a layer of armor, I think. Yeah, 2 armor. That's fine. These guys are probably not going to get shot at first. It'll probably be the guys with the big sensors. They tend to be targeted first because they tend to be seen first. Okay. 2 beamfire controls, 4 quad turrets. That is that. Okay, and then let's make a sort of cruiser. So I'm going to make a scout cruiser whose job it is so we'll make this about 10,000 tons. Here, scout cruiser. Now your job, so you're going to have double the engines. Let's go here. Passive sensors. Your job is to carry the big sensor and therefore be the target of everything. So you're going to have a ton of armor, or more armor than everything else. You can also have a missile sensor, and I think some PD, because you're going to be shot at. You should have the ability to shoot back. So this basically will have roughly the same armament as the destroyer escort, but it's just got a giant 1,500 ton sensor bolted on top. And I think that's pretty much all we can fit on here once we get the engineering capacity up. Again, we're going to aim for roughly 3-year deployment time. Let's get our fuel storage up here to the, yeah, see, that's what I suspect that we can't quite fit all of this. Okay, maybe 5 layers of armor. Okay, let's get a tiny bit more engineering and a bit more fuel. Can I fit another Gauss? Not quite. Let's just go for more fuel. Small, small, small. Tiny, tiny fighter. There we go. Size 200, almost exactly. Range above 15 billion, about 3 years, 5 layers of armor, and 4 quad turrets. And that is going to be our our scout cruiser. And now let's make strike cruiser, and this will be the ship with the particle lances. So again, engines. This one can just have the small sensor. Doesn't even need missile sensors. It's not going to have any PD. We're going to shoot particle lances. I'm going to put 6. I don't think I can fit 6. I also don't think I can fit 2 fire controls, but we're going to try. Now, let's try these 3 of these power plants. How are we doing here? Let's get a bit of armor here. Now, can we get all this to run? We might not have the space, but let's try. We need fuel still. Always fuel. Oh yeah, we can do this. A bit more engineering. Yeah, I think we can pull this off. Oh, let's get our passive sensors up. Okay, engineering space. Good. Yeah, that's basically it. Okay, so can we fit more guns? Can I fit 2 more guns? No. Well, or I should ask a question. What do I have to sacrifice to fit 2 more guns? A layer of armor? I'll take it. Eight particle beams, dual fire controls, enough power, 3 years duration, and then yeah, let's just add a tiny bit more fuel storage. Oh wow, perfect. And over 15 billion in range. Okay, I can live with this. Okay, this is going to be our navy, our starting navy. So let's go and modify our shipyards to kind of make sense, given that these are the ships that we're building. So let's go to the shipyards here. We're probably going to have to, I don't know what the game gave us, but we're going to delete all of these. Okay, delete all these shipyards. Oh, forgot to select. And delete. Okay, so let's add a naval shipyard. We're going to need 4 naval shipyards. Okay, one will be for our exploration ships. One will be for the destroyer escorts. One will be for the scout cruisers. And one will be for the strike cruisers. And maybe 2 slipways, just to have them in the proportions that seem reasonable. Okay, and then we need some commercial shipyards. So we need 1 commercial shipyard. You're going to be for like the freighters and colony ships. We can just start you at 2. We're going to need 1. Actually, we only need, for now, like, I know this from doing like conventional starts. I know like the minimum number of shipyards that I can get away with. And this is a holdover from playing VB. From playing VB, that you want to minimize the amount of manpower. Now actually they've changed the manpower for shipyards. It's not as bad as it used to be, so I can afford to make more shipyards, but still. So let's this is going to be retooled for the Outreach class colony ship. And I will have a troop transport built and a tug built and a tanker built. Now I guess the last thing we would have used this would be the tanker, which is the Braswell. So we'll retool it for the tanker. You can be retooled for the Discovery. You can be retooled for the Argentina Destroyer Escort. You can be retooled for the... Oh, I didn't even look at the name of the class. I think the Oregon is the Scout Cruiser. Whoops. Industry. Right. You can be retooled for the Oregon class, and you can be the Rommel class. Strike Cruiser. Okay, so our shipyards. Well, we'll assign production in a moment. Barrow says, check how much smaller the power plant would be. Yeah, so good point. So right now, I did... So I built these, and I've got 4 of these on the ship to do, because I need 24 power. So I've got 4 of these, which is a total of 6 hull size, 6 and change. If I go to 24, I could save about 2 hull size, maybe about 100 tons. It's not a big deal. 100 tons isn't really enough to... I can't add another gun. I can add just a bit more fuel. It's not really going to change the role of the ship, and this gives me some redundancy of having multiple independent power sources. But it's definitely something worth keeping in mind. Like if we get close, if we're trying to squeeze something else on, definitely worth looking into. Okay, let's. Where was I? I did shipyards. Oh, let's build. Let's give ourselves a starting navy. So let's go here to. Okay, let's assume we have a cargo ship. Let's assume we have a colony ship. Let's assume we have built, like I said, we're going to have one of these. Where's the shipyard? Yeah, so we'll have a tug, a troop transport, a tanker. Let's assume we have some survey ships, 4 of them. Okay, and we're gonna assume we have a fuel harvesting base and a terraforming base. Actually, maybe 2 terraforming bases. And then a tiny little navy. So let's have 1 strike cruiser. We'll put this in battle fleet for now. 1 scout cruiser, 2 strike cruisers, and 3 destroyer escorts. Yeah, so you're right, where it's for sure we could increase the range of the ship a little bit, but 100 tons is so here, if we look at the design, what? No, not this button. It's not nothing, and it's better to optimize. It's better if you're optimizing. But here, if we look, sorry, let's just copy this design here. Okay, this strike cruiser. If I have 100 more tons, how much more fuel is that going to give me? So right now my range is 15.5 billion. I could go to 16.2 billion. So that's not like, it's not game changing. It's not role defining, right? Now, if I could add another layer of armor, right, that would be something. Like, how much is a layer of armor going to be? Layer of armor is 400 tons right here. But what I would, honestly, what I would imagine doing is in the next upgrade cycle, like I'm going to try to research a bunch of, for example, maybe I'm going to have more control systems. Like maybe we'll have like an auxiliary control, things like that. And those are not too big, but they're like 50 or 100 tons each. So that's something that would be really worth putting on there for sure. Yeah, I put two fuel. Two fuel gave me about 700,000 meters, which is not, it's not nothing, right? And it could be extra months of deployment time or engineering space. Yeah, I agree with you. It is better. It is, it would be an upgrade. I'm certainly not disagreeing there. Okay, we have to do ground troops. We got to do ground troops. Okay, so I'm going to do... all right, first we need to design the units. So what I need is kind of a cheap garrison that is going to weigh about 5,000 tons and that I can just deploy on my early colonies. Maybe we'll design some STO capability. We have some construction vehicles. Maybe we design some construction vehicles too. So we're going to need a few things. We're going to need a headquarters. Let's do a tough headquarters here. Avoid combat. And this will be like a static 5K HQ. And we're gonna have, let's say, some like a light truck that carries our logistics. Light vehicle logistics. Yeah, we're only gonna design the bare minimum of what we need. Let's design a construction division. We'll double up on construction capacity here. It doesn't need to be heavily armored. This will be an engineering team. This is good to have in general to speed up sort of fortifications, but also since these are going to be garrisons on my colonies, it'll add a tiny, tiny little bit of construction capacity. I could make a dedicated, formation for construction, but even in our garrisons, it'll be good. Okay, and then let's have like let's do like some AT infantry just to say we have it. Let's get some AA infantry. And then as our standard infantry, we'll just do personal weapons because the size is 5 and it's easy to calculate. So this will be like a ground infantry. Okay, I think that is enough to make a formation. Let's do a colony garrison. Oh, rename. What's the typo? Garrison. Okay, so we'll have 2 headquarter units just for redundancy. Let's have an engineering team, or 2, because they'll add to the city, to the colony production. And here, let's put in some troops here, about 15 of these, 15 of these. I actually remember this from a test game that I just did. If I did 7, oh, I hit a button here by accident. Numlock, 725 of these, and then 2 of these guys. That should bring me really close, yeah, to 5,000. That's weird. I must have done something slightly different. Okay, let's adjust the infantry here then. I can afford 6 more. 731. Okay, there's a cheap little civilian garrison. So we'll have a couple of these built. Now let's actually, we can make an STO Gauss turret. Let's see what, we don't really have good ECCM, so let's not even bother. But let's do like a, so we'll call it an STO, Gauss PD. How big is one of these? One of them's 300. Like just for, I kind of like the idea that for role-playing purposes, we might have some of these on like the important colonies. Not in actual gameplay terms, I don't know if these, I've never experienced it. I mean, hopefully, you know, if people are shooting missiles at Mars, then you've got problems, right? But we could always forward deploy them. All right, what if, like, can we make a unit that is, like, I'm doing like a 5,000 size. So I think we can make something happen here. Yeah, headquarters, PD. We might not need a lot of logistics because we're only going to have, here, I think we definitely need an engineering team to go with these guys. I think. And a bit of ground infantry here, like 100. This seems reasonable. We can put in another 17. Like a little anti-missile detachment here for a planet. With 10, and these are like quad Gauss cannons, so that's like 2.5 Argentina class destroyers. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, then let's go to, okay, ground unit training. We have 4 facilities available, perfect. So we're going to, all right, what I'm going to assume is that we're going to colonize Luna and Mars very shortly, if not already have them colonized. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have those garrisons ready to go. So we're going to do 3 colony garrisons. And these I don't know how many build points they cost. Let's see. We're going to do 3 of the, 6, yeah, right. 3 of these. Oh, they don't cost that much. So we'll have 1 on each planet. Yeah, sure. Okay, let's get started here on, we're going to make 4 more garrisons because these will be for the Jovian moons, which will probably be our next colonies. So let's get that started. Now we've got some build points left over. So I think we're going to go ahead and build up our Navy a little bit more. Let's get like a second one of these, 2 more of these, and 2, 3. And with, this is actually roughly enough to get another terraforming base, so let's just go ahead and do that. I'll put in the shipyard. Minus 781. Pretty close. Okay. Okay, a couple more things. I want to set up a training command here. So we're going to create a new administrative command, which we'll call the flight school. And we will assign to the flight school a naval officer who does crew training, like Vice Admiral Amara Davila Acuna. Let's compare the top 3. There's also Noor Abdul and Kasib Abdullah. So we have Survey Fighter Command, Fighter Operations, Intelligence, Fighter Combat. Okay, let's go with Amara here, who is cautious, conservative, inflexible, and dogmatic, and vegetarian. I don't know why it's relevant that this person is vegetarian, but okay. All right, so you are now in charge of naval admin commands of the flight school. Assign. And then we will take the battle fleet and put it in there so that it is now training. Okay, meanwhile, let's sort this stuff out. So the troop transport. Oh, actually, one thing we need to do is we need to create the colonies on Mars and Luna. I'm not gonna like create them all in Space Master mode. We'll let they'll populate themselves soon enough. Let's detach. Okay, so troop transport, you can start by taking these guys to Luna, and then taking these guys to Mars, and then you can just go back home and refuel. Okay, done. The tug is going to take the terraforming bases, which are currently here. Oh, I've got 3 of them. Right, because I built a 3rd one. Right. Okay, and we'll terraform Mars first. So release that. Then take the Queensland 2. Release, and then take the Queensland 3. And release. And then you can head back to Earth and refuel. Should have enough fuel to do that whole trip. This reminds me, we need to get our terraforming governor there. A civilian administrator, terraforming. Yes. Emmanuel Rojas Marin, you are going to run Mars, my friend. Assign. Okay, where were we? The tanker can just chill at home And obviously the fuel harvester will send to a gas giant, but we don't know which one yet. Speaking of which, survey. So we can detach all these. Yes, sorry, I didn't mean to click there. Detach, detach, detach. Okay, you can, so these two will do geosurveys. These two will do grav surveys. Okay. Okay, cargo. Okay, we haven't looked at our planet yet. What do we have? Some of this I don't really need. Like I don't need fighter factories. In fact, let's do a bit of editing here to what we have. So I would not have built really any fighter factories, nor would I have built ordnance factories or an ordnance transfer station. So let's get rid of those. Fighter factory. Now, in exchange, we're gonna give ourselves like 2,000 infrastructure that we would have built that we're gonna ship out to Luna and Mars. All right, that's enough for now. Let's set up our industry. So we are going to build, let's see, financial centers. We'll have sort of a background, like 5% dedicated to that. Research facilities, we'll have like 15% dedicated to that. Let's get some construction facilities, construction factories. Let's get like a background 20% doing that. Mines, same thing. And that leaves us sort of 40% to do whatever it is that we're going to focus on right away. And I think one of the first things I want to do at this stage is we're going to need a big old commercial shipyard, because I need to build like a jump stabilization ship at some point, and we're going to have to grow the shipyard to do that. So we're going to get started on that project. Speaking of which, let's assign research. Well, actually, I just said I was interested in doing this. So let's see if, we don't have a construction guy. Well, let's go get a construction scientist. Let's retask one of our sensors scientists, because we seem to have a lot of them. Simone Beaupré. Change field. Yeah, well, you didn't have a bonus, so it doesn't really matter, does it? Congratulations, you're now construction and production specialist. Okay, let's get you started on that. Now, there are some other things that obviously we want, like I said, we need better engines for sure. CP is always going to be a priority. I'll wait on ground combat, geosurvey, and xenoarchaeology to see if we need it in the Sol system. We might not. I'm going to want some upgrades here probably, and also like damage control and things like that. Let's work on power and propulsion slowly. Yeah, let's just get to work on this, on some modifiers. We'll do fuel efficiency, then we'll get a better multiplier, and then we'll also just get the next technology, like so. Oh, let's turn off Space Master mode. Okay, I think an hour and 14 minutes into the video that we have finally set up everything and we're ready to actually start the game. So let's review. We are the United Earth, 500 million people on Earth. We're about to set out. We're about to go colonize the moon and Mars. I mean, it's a bit out of sync, right? Because I always imagine this like a TN start as being like, I always imagine the default start being a conventional start, and then we grow into this stage. So I'm kind of snapshotting it, and I think we would have had sort of small colonies on Mars, but I was too lazy to go and set that up in Space Master mode, so we'll just do it kind of organically. But we have the tech. We're about to go survey the system. We're going to terraform Mars. We're going to do all sorts of things. That'll be great. We have a Navy. It's doing training exercises. Let's go. Let me bring the events window into focus here. This was for a different game. So let's close that window. Let's close these windows. And let's hope that things do not explode. Actually, I'm going to have this up on another screen. Let me just do one 5-day increment. Okay, we just assigned some commands. All right, let's do it. Orders completed. Oh, the troop transport finished its work. Okay, let me bring the events into focus. So we found a whole bunch of minerals. Oh, we do have ground survey potential in a bunch of places. Okay, so a few things need to be taken care of. So first of all, let's take a quick look. We surveyed, what did we survey? Ooh, okay, well, we definitely will. All right, so Venus has duranium and neutronium, low accessibility, but there's potential for new finds if we do a ground survey. And then Mars has duranium, bornite, and uridium, medium accessibility, but the potential for more if we survey it. So I think we'll definitely research that technology. And we've got some comets, which these are where the inner system comets, of course, they have plenty of stuff on them. So that's good. That's cool. And our tug finished delivering the terraformers to Mars. So let's get started on terraforming. So we'll start by adding some oxygen. Add gas. We'll add 0.1 ATM. Okay. Let's keep going. Get the events up. Okay, we found a jump point. Oh, it's pretty close in, just between, looks like it's between Mars and, no, it's between Jupiter and Saturn, I think. No, between Saturn and Uranus. Okay, we finished training our first batch of ground units. Let's go here and let's train our STO, which is going to take a number of years. Oh, I'm an idiot. I forgot to set up the cargo fleets and the shipyard orders. Well, it's okay. We only spent about a year doing nothing. Okay, the cargo fleet needs to load the infrastructure on Earth and go to Mars, unload, and then go to Earth and load infrastructure, and then go to the moon and unload the infrastructure, and then go to Earth and we'll say refuel and just keep doing that. I forgot to do that. That was silly. Okay, and we'll set up the colony ship once once a bit of infrastructure has been set up. So that was silly. And then we forgot to tell our shipyards to do things. So you should all be building into the shipyard fleet. So build some strike cruisers. Build a scout cruiser. Build some escorts. We'll get some more survey ships going. Here we're going to build some freighters. And let's get more tankers. Okay. And let me just go, I guess we'll auto progress until the next interrupt, and then we'll set up the colony ship, because we'll have a bit of infrastructure already delivered to the moon and to Mars. Okay, so let's set that order up now. Colony fleet, Earth, load colonists, Mars, unload, Earth load, Moon unload, Earth refuel, and cycle those orders. Okay, and the interrupt was our production, where we built that third commercial shipyard. We're gonna have it do continual capacity expansion until 60,000. And then our industry, oh, let me add like 200 here. Okay, what are we going to do? I think we're going to build more terraforming stations. Okay. Second jump point detected in the Sol system. This one's way out by Neptune. Okay, we built 2 more freighters. Let me just take a look here at our mineral survey. Ooh, Ganymede got some minerals. Tritanium, okay, we'll take it. And also the potential for more minerals to be discovered, which is cool. Jupiter has no Sorium. We haven't yet scouted Saturn. Apparently, one of our ships decided to go out to Neptune and Uranus. Interesting. So far, we have not found any Sorium gas, which is a bit concerning. Okay, we built some freighters here. Let's detach these and have you join the cargo fleet. And let's queue up some more. Okay, so the gravitational survey on Earth is complete and there were only 2 jump points. So let's go ahead and take the Discovery 3. You know what? Let's retask it. Let's finish the geo survey. And then we'll have everybody come home and overhaul. And then we'll move out again. Okay, so there was one interrupt, which is that we got our tech, fuel efficiency tech was researched. Now we're moving on to the engine power mod tech. And then a civilian mining colony has been set up on Triton. Why don't we take a look? Way down here. Triton is a moon of Neptune, and it has oh my, okay, I see why I see why they set a colony here. Nice deposits of Sorium and Uranium. Okay, so there's a civilian colony here, and they also they research like the civilian kind of civilian garrison ground unit tech as well. So but we have our own design, so we don't need to borrow theirs. Okay. We got a ship that was built. I'm keeping an eye on. Okay, so there's nothing at Saturn. Okay, guys, this is a problem. Our gas giants are all empty. Yeah. Okay. So let's do a quick search here for Sorium. Well, there's Triton, which was colonized here by this civilian colony. There's Haumea, which is really far out there. And then, yeah. Okay, so that fuel harvesting station that we built at the beginning, in hindsight, that was probably something that we did not, that realistically our civilization would not have built. Okay, what this means is we're going to have to set up like automated mines for thorium mining here. I think we're going to have to buy the output in the future from this civilian colony, but in the meantime, we're going to have to be building our own automated mines to go get that thorium. This is bad. Bad news. No gaseous thorium at all. Which is funny because actually the interrupt was for a tanker, and there's not much point. Normally I like to build up a few tankers because I need to have them ferry gas from the mining, from the thorium harvesters. We're gonna chill a bit with tanker production here, save some resources, because it's not as if we're going to be harvesting any gas from our gas giants anytime soon. Okay, we've built our first round of destroyer escorts. Get a few more in there. Bring these over to the battle fleet. How is, yeah, training is progressing, 14%. Some more freighters built. Right, we need to move them over. Okay, and we've actually finished delivering all the infrastructure that we had built, all those 2,000 infrastructure. So we can just remove all of these. We'll park these guys at Earth for now. So if we take a quick look, there's about 1,000 infrastructure on each at Luna and at Mars. Now, of course, they're going to start building their own infrastructure, so we're fine. The colonies will grow by themselves, and we have already started to terraform. Oh, apparently we put more oxygen than I intended to. I don't remember doing that. Maybe I must have misclicked. Okay, let's get rid of the argon. Let's just do that quickly. Done. It only took like a day. Okay, let's get back to Mars here. So if we're looking at what's making it habitable or not, it considers the CO2 to be dangerous. So let's take the carbon dioxide out as well. Okay. All right. You think I mixed nitrogen? Well, I only clicked on this once, and so I only set it to add one thing, and it was definitely oxygen, because there's no oxygen before, and it's already at 0.13. I thought I made this 0.1, but I might have typed something else in. No worries, it's fine. Okay, we built the new the Discovery 5 and the Discovery 6, so we're going to go ahead and build more discoveries. But what we're going to do with these fine ships is we are going to send them through the jump points that we have discovered. So why don't you transit, and the 6 will go to the second jump point, and we'll see what we find. Meanwhile, let's take a look quickly at our original discoveries. They're doing okay. I think we're almost done, really, with the geosurvey. Yeah. Okay, actually, we're basically done. Let's just see what's in their queue here. Discovery 1. Okay, you got 2 more things. Okay, Discovery 4 is basically done already. So why don't you can head back to Earth. Refuel, overhaul. Okay, we finished the research of the jump point stabilization. Now I want to go in ground combat and grab the geosurvey equipment. Oh, we don't have ground combat scientist. Let's fix that. Do we have extra? Yeah, Caleb Taylor. Ground combat. Okay. All right, so geosurvey. Good. Yeah. Oh, I know what I was going to do. Okay, carbon dioxide removed. I was going to design our jump stabilization ship, even though we can't quite build it yet. Oh, I think it's still under construction. Yeah, JCS. Okay, so this one will use the jump stabilization point, which is a 50,000 ton module. Let's give you some passive sensors. Oh, you know what I didn't do? Did I forget to do that? Oh, I didn't put any passives on all of these commercial ships, which is kind of not a bad idea because sometimes they're the ships that discover aliens. I will, just for role-playing purposes, I think it makes sense that any ship should have some basic sensors on it. When I redesign them with the next tech of engines, I'll be sure to add those. But anyways, our jump, where's our... This ship that I'm building right now, where did it go? Construction, it was right here. Spruance. Okay, the Spruance class. Okay, we need engines. I could make it a station, but it's not that big. It can push itself. There. 6 engines. Well, let's see how much fuel we can get on here. Some large fuel. I want to keep it. Let's take off 1 engine. I want to give it enough fuel in the long term. So actually, no, I'm not too happy about this. Let's give it the engine back. I want it to have a decent longevity so it can go out later. It can go out on longer missions. Because I might not keep this design at this shipyard around to refit it. So I kind of want to future-proof this design. So future-proofing would mean slower. But a long enough range that it can operate independently for quite a while. So let's do that. But that's not going to get built for a while because this is still increasing in capacity. Okay. Right. And also Mars. we strip out the carbon dioxide. Now we can put astusium, which heats up the atmosphere, but actually we can, Mars is not that cold. We can actually just do nitrogen, I think. I could be wrong. Let's try. Let's just add like 0.23 nitrogen and see if that does enough greenhouse gas. I forget. Okay. We have discovered the first system, Sagittarius. So we'll have to rename. I thought I did. I thought I had. Oh, because I'm using real stars, I guess. Okay, well, let's see what's in here. Okay, we got potentially colonizable planets. Interesting. All right. Let's have the Discovery 5. Why don't you go ahead and do a grav survey right off the bat. And we've got Barnard Star, which appears to be an empty system. Yeah. Okay, so why don't you get started on your grav survey over here. Okay, we have built some strike cruisers. Built some more. And we built a scout cruiser. And let's assign them to the battle fleet for training. Okay, we built some more freighters. Even though we aren't currently using the freighters, I need to build up my freighter capacity, because what's going to happen is when Mars is terraformed, we're going to need to ship all the infrastructure off of it to basically the Jovian moons. So, and the faster we can do that, the better. Whereas colony ships are a bit less of a priority because the civilian sector kind of ships people over pretty fast. And typically, the limiting factor is not the number of people, but the sort of capacity of your infrastructure to house them. Okay, we're discovering jump points in both. Here you can see in Barnard Star. We also found a jump point in the other system, Sagittarius. Okay, we got an extra research lab. I guess only this researcher can handle it. Another jump point in Barnard Star. These are really close. Okay, the Discovery 4 has completed its overhaul, so it should go to Sagittarius and help with and start a geosurvey there. Meanwhile, let's just take a look at how the 1 and 2 are doing. Actually, they should be kind of done, right? The 1, 2, and 3. Hang on. No, the Discovery. Oh, I also find it's important to open this up because the components can break, and then you need to repair them. You need to repair the ships. So, yeah, 1, you're done. 2, you're done. 3, you're done. Okay, so these guys are all done. We should have these guys going back to Earth to overhaul. Okay, we built more destroyer escorts. Now, you know what? One thing that's occurring to me is after we build this terraforming base, let's get some military academies built here. We'll queue those up. Destroyer escorts. We now have a total of 12. More freighters being built. Okay, so let's go back to Sagittarius here. The graph survey is complete, and that was done by, I believe it was, yeah, it was Discovery 5 that did it. Now, how is the ship doing in terms of maintenance and MSP? Oh, it's good to go. We'll tell you what, why don't you help the Discovery 4 and finish the geo survey, but we can take a sneak peek already. Oh, we started for some reason with the comets. I see. Duranium. Yeah, okay. Whatever. Okay, we have the improved Pebble reactor, which means we can research improved nuclear pulse engine technology. Let's do that. Okay, the gravitational survey has been complete in Barnard's star. And so there are a total of 2 jump points. And we're halfway through our mission here. We can go and peek and see what's on the other side. Okay, so we have found the Sirius system. Binary. Not much in terms of colonizable planets. Why don't we do a quick, while we're here, let's do a quick geological survey, because there aren't that many bodies. Okay, we've built 2 more discoveries. This brings our total to 8, and I think that's going to be enough for now. Let me detach them from the shipyard fleet. So we'll send the Discovery 7 to, through Barnard, and we'll send it to this other system that we haven't discovered yet. And then we'll send the 8 through Barnard to Sirius to do a grav survey there. Okay. We have built, we've trained our STO units. And so I think we can go ahead and just get this micro done. So let's go to the Sol system. We're just going to create these colonies here. 2, 3, 4. And let's queue up not here. Let's queue up the troop transport. The Nelson. All right, so Earth. Just get this micro out of the way. So pick up a colony and an STO. Callisto, unload. Refuel. Add that order, add this order, go to Europa. Earth, refuel, load a unit. The 9th and the 12th to Ganymede. fuel. And the 10th. And the 11th to Io. And back to Earth and refuel. Okay, and I think we'll chill in terms of ground unit production for now. Let's take a quick look here at the geosurvey in Sagittarius. Okay, we've only just started to survey the inner system here. A lot of boronite, iridium, and vendorite. Interesting. Looks like we're going from the outside in. No gas on this Super Jovian. Okay, the Discovery 7 has discovered the Procyon system. So let's take a look at the galaxy map here. So we have Sol over here. On one side we have Sagittarius, which we're surveying right now. And then we have the empty system of Barnard's star. Beyond it there's Sirius and the just discovered Procyon system. So let's take a look here what kind of bodies we've got. Not too much actually. Should be pretty straightforward to just do a geosurvey right now. Which reminds me, how are we doing in Sirius? Oh, you were... did we do a survey here? Oh, no, we didn't. I thought I had one of these do a geosurvey, but I must have clicked wrong. Let's have you do this geosurvey. Okay, the troop transport has deployed our ground troops to the future Jovian moon colonies. More freighters have been built. Oh. How's terraforming doing here? Not quite having the greenhouse effect I had anticipated. I might have been wrong about this. I thought in a recent test game it gave me enough greenhouse pressure. Let me add the water vapor right now. Or add just the water content to the atmosphere, just to change things up a little bit. We finished we finished the tech for ground geosurvey equipment. So let's go and design a new vehicle for that, which is going to be a geosurvey with geosurvey. Avoid combat. So this is a geosurvey team. And let's research that right now. Shouldn't take long. Okay, the Discovery 2's overhaul is complete. I think we're going to go to Sagittarius and go through this jump point and see what's on the other side. We got some more strike cruisers. Okay, this is the Discovery 2 that headed beyond Sagittarius, and we've discovered the system The Monoceri, perhaps an Italian name. I don't know. Not too many bodies. Why don't we go ahead and do the geosurvey first? Okay, and our ground geosurvey team unit class has been researched, so let's get a new formation here, which will be a geosurvey team, battalion, detachment. Okay, let's have you have headquarters, and I guess just like all geosurveyors, right? I mean, do I need anything else in here? Oh, that's too much. Okay, fine, 22. I'll give you like some... Oh, I was hoping the civilians had built like a mini logistics. You know what? This is fine. Just 22 geosurvey. So why don't we build some of these guys on Earth? There's a lot of stuff we need to... let's build a bunch of them. It might take a while to do the geosurveys. I actually don't know what the time scale is, so we'll build a bunch and see if it's worth it. Okay, and now we can go back to researching something else. Honestly, we probably need to catch up on these basic techs here. Let's go research rate. Kind of skimped a little bit. When I start, I often like to put a bunch of buy some of these for free, but we didn't, so now we need to. We have one extra lab. Why don't we slowly get working on better armor with one lab. Scout cruiser. Okay, let's take a look at has a Sirius system been surveyed? It has. Okay, let's take a quick look. Sirius A, the first planet. Good uranium. The rest is pretty low accessibility. Sirius B, low accessibility, but we have the opportunity to find more stuff. And then this is nice. Not huge amounts of stuff, though. And here, a bunch of neutronium, mostly. All right, kind of forgettable. Let's go to the Sirius system. You were doing... Actually, you know what I need to do here? I need to display. Yeah, jump point survey, surveyed system bodies, and... I need the grav survey. All right, let's go to Sirius. I think you're due to come home. Yeah, you're due to come home. Bernard, Sol, refuel, and overhaul. You're going to finish the grav survey. Now let's go to Procyon. Discovery 7 was doing a geo survey, and they're done. Let's do the grav survey. Did we take a look at the result of this survey here? I don't think so. Huh. Not really colonizable, but duranium, neutronium, and corbamite, and vendrite in high amounts. A gas giant? Okay, I think we found where we're going to park our gas harvesters here, folks. 258 million tons of accessibility 1 sorium. And then another bajillion tons of duranium. Okay, so we found our source of sorium, and that is very exciting. So let's see, so this is in Procyon. So in order to get there, we'll need to stabilize Barnard Star to Procyon. Let me take, what's the distance here? Distance from selected system. Only 8.7. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna get ready to do that. In fact, how's that shipyard coming along? Almost there. Fantastic. Okay, that's great news. Now, what else was going on in terms of surveying? Here we have the Discovery 4 and 5. Let's go to Sagittary. Take a look at what's going on there. So Discovery 5, I think, is busy not doing anything, apparently. But its maintenance is getting on. So why don't we send it home to refuel and overhaul. The Discovery 4 is also standing around. Oh, I think we did the mineral survey, except for Sagittary 8. Now, how far out? Oh, it's just beyond the 10. That's why. Okay, well, let's send the Discovery 4 to finish that survey. And it'll do that. Now, let's take a look at what we found here. A lot of bornite, vendrite, uridium. Here we've got sorium, uridium, M2, a gas giant, but very unimpressive deposits. Small moon, a large moon, another small moon, galisite. All right, now, you know what concerns me here is, where's the corundium? We still haven't found basically any corundium. Fortunately, we actually have a decent deposit on Earth, so hopefully we'll find some soon. Okay, the Discovery 3 is complete. I mean, has finished its overhaul. Let's send it sort of east in big air quotes. And you can do the grav survey there. All right, let's queue up this jump construction ship, which was the sprue ounce. It'll be done in September 31, about a year and a half, maybe 2 years. Okay, the Discovery 1 is complete. I want to check on the western branch, like in Procyon. Do we have a jump gate here? Oh, we haven't finished the grav survey, that's why. Same thing with Sirius, right? Yeah. Okay, why don't we send the Discovery 1 to Procyon. To do to help with the grav survey there. All right, we've built 3 more destroyer escorts, and I think we might pause on the military ship construction just for a moment. Or at least for the destroyers. I'll keep building some strike cruisers. Okay, we've discovered a jump point in Procyon. Freighters are done. Build more. We've got about 15 freighters now. Oh, which reminds me to take a look at what's going on. Oh, not here. Let's take a look at Mars. Water is still being added. Actually, what I just saw on there, the water's kind of frozen. It's frozen out, so I need to warm things up a little bit. Well, let's do that next interrupt. Okay, our geosurvey detachments have been trained. Okay, before I forget, Mars, let's switch up this environmental priority here. Let's warm up the atmosphere here. Let's put 0.1 ATM of Astusium. Okay, back in the Sol system, we need to do an additional survey of Mars, Venus, and Ganymede. So let's do that. Nelson, Earth. Load troops. Let's go to Mars. Okay. We found stuff on Mars, I think. Yep. Okay, that was very fast, so perhaps some overkill. But let's take a look. Actually, I should have done it before and after. I forget what was there before. Huh. Well, this is certainly better than what was there before, and this could definitely be a small mining colony. I mean, we're going to have a ton of people on Mars, so it'll be pretty easy to just have some passive uranium income here. Hey, I'll take it. Okay, let's head over to Venus. Oh, I gotta make it a colony. And then load up the other two. All right, let's just do a quick check for ships that have been deployed way too long. This ship is... They've got 4 years maintenance, so they're okay. They're fine. Oh, you know what I haven't... Oh, I was still thinking in VB6 mode. What is my total maintenance capacity? Because I've been building a ton of ships. Okay, so I don't know why it says that's an odd number. Okay, yes, we are short maintenance facilities. So I had 150. That's just what the game gave me at the start, but we've got about 200,000 tons. So we need to build more maintenance facilities before even these military academies. So we'll finish the terraforming base, and then we need to build at least 60. Let's build 100. Yes. Good thing I thought to check that. Okay, the Discovery 5 has completed its overhaul, so we can send it back out. There's plenty of places we could send it. Apparently, there's something we haven't surveyed yet in the Sol system. Let's see what that is. Probably one of the outlying comets or something like that. Oh, Eris. All right, well, let's go take care of that with the Discovery 5. Have you on next 5 bodies, and you can just go all the way out here. And before something terrible happens, let's save. Okay, the geosurvey on Venus is complete. Let's take a look. It says that it found a bit of sorium. Let's take a look here. Venus. Yeah, it found a ton of sorium, but it's not very accessible. So this is still a very disappointing planet. Okay, let's load up our geosurvey team. I believe Ganymede is where there's potential. Yes. Okay, so Venus, let's load up these folks. And let's go to Ganymede. Head back to Earth and refuel quickly. Excuse me. Okay. Freighters 14 and 15 have been built. Okay, we actually did find stuff on Ganymede, but not much. I should say additional stuff on Ganymede. We found, oh, what does the message say? Neutronium. Yeah. Okay, not super exciting. I think that's all the geosurvey that we can do in Sol. Yep. So let's bring the teams back to Earth. Might as well refuel while you're there. Okay. All right, gravitational survey is complete in Monocherry. Let's take a look. So 2 jump points. We've got 2 ships in here. This ship can go and do a bit more stuff. How are we doing on the grav survey, on the geo survey in the system? Done. Okay. We might have looked at this before. I don't think I did, actually. This looks new, but not super interesting finds, unfortunately. You can go explore some more. Now, how's the Discovery 2 doing? Yeah, it's doing fine. Okay, why don't you go check out this new system? That's going on here. I've got the Discovery 4 on its way. No, Discovery 4 is doing nothing. This seems like an oversight. Okay, maintenance at 3 years and 35% MSP. Why don't you go back home? Refuel and rewind the clock. Okay, let me actually. Naval forces, warship, not warships, survey, no. All fleet locations. Good. Okay, we've got the Discovery 8. Are you doing stuff? Are you being productive? Yeah, it's doing the grav survey, although it's almost done. Good. Here we've got the Discovery 1 doing a grav survey, and the Discovery 7 doing a grav survey. Okay, people are busy. I like it. Oh, here. The Discovery 6 has completed its overhaul. Why don't you head through Barnard Star to Procyon through one of these jump points. Okay, our geosurvey squad is back on Earth. We've discovered a new system, Van Beesbroek star. Now, there's a super distant secondary here, but there might be a Lagrange point or something to jump between. Oh, but there aren't even any bodies. So we don't even need to worry about that binary. We can just go and do a grav survey and be done with this system. Okay, we've completed improved nuclear pulse engine technology. Now I'm thinking maybe that we just skip right ahead to Ion. Like, instead of doing a round of upgrades right now, I'm not like I don't really need the incremental benefit right now of the engines. Let's get to work on the next tier of engine technology. Okay, we've discovered a Cygni. These two systems that we've just discovered. We're branching off from Monocherry. So let's see what's going on here. Okay, there's a secondary, but it has no systems, and there are 2 planets here. So why don't we do a very quick geological survey. We've built another lab. Good. Okay, we have built the 4th terraforming station, which is actually the first one we've built sort of in game. In other words, that we didn't start with initially. So let's go ahead and tug it to Mars. And let's take a look at what's happening in the Martian atmosphere. We've been adding this greenhouse gas, which is warming up the temperature nicely. Good. Things going according to plan. What is next in production is are the maintenance supplies. So getting those built. And we have built the first Spruance, which is the jump stabilization ship. So let's detach you. Actually, here, let's bring these guys into the cargo fleet. They've just been piling up in the shipyards. The cargo fleet is idle right now, but it'll have plenty of work to do once the Martian atmosphere is breathable. Okay, and just to clean this up, let's detach these tankers into their own fleet here. And then let's detach the Spruance. And I think what we want to do is stabilize out to Procyon, because that's where we have this amazing source of thorium. So I think that's where we need to get started. Now, for that, we're going to go Sol to Barnard Star. Now, let's take a look in the Sol system quickly, because there's a new thing you can do, which is you can also stabilize Lagrange points to have sort of intra-system warps. Now, the jump to Barnard Star, yeah, it's way out here. So if we could stabilize the Lagrange points again on some of the other planets here, that might speed up our journey out. So we'll take the sprints. First of all, we'll start by going to Barnard Star, stabilizing the jump point, then transit, then stabilize the jump point. Let's start with that. But let's build a second ship, unless I queued it up already. No. New system discovered. Sirius. But I thought I already discovered this Sirius system. So Procyon to Sirius. I think we just discovered like a loop here. Yeah. Okay, so I just sent a ship. The Discovery 6 was in Procyon, and it explored one of the jump points, and it led back to Sirius. So let's have you go back to Procyon and check out this other jump point. What? I got a message saying that it couldn't jump. That was weird. But it was able to jump after. Strange. Okay, we built a couple more Rommels. We're going to keep building the cruisers. They take longer to build. And in terms of our, we're increasing our maintenance capacity. We'll need to keep increasing it. Okay, in the Procyon system, we have finished the gravitational survey, which means the Discovery 7, might as well send it home for a bit of an overhaul. And the same thing probably with the Discovery 1. No, it can explore some more. Why don't you join the Discovery 6 and see what's beyond this jump point? Yeah, it must have been jump shock. You're right. Must have been jump shock. It's just a strange. The error message was that, like, as if it implied that it had the wrong type of military drive. So it's just a weirdly worded error message. I think that must have been the issue. Okay, we've discovered this new system. Okay, there's like a small terrestrial planet on the. It's a trinary system, and wow, these are like tiny suns. So 8 million kilometers from the primary. Wow, this is... So if you look here, this is actually a star orbit, but this is like inside of Mercury's orbit. Okay, well, let's see what's on that planet, just for fun. Queue up our construction. Training. Freighters. Right, the Discovery 1's doing work. Aha, our research into construction and production has finished in terms of the basic research rate, so we're kind of getting our act together in that department. I've got some maintenance issues, so I want to double check that we're doing okay on all our ships here. Yeah, the military ships are okay. And we're catching up on maintenance capacity. I mean, obviously we'll overhaul everybody in not too long, but we're doing okay here. Some of these ships could probably use a vacation. The Discovery 7 and 8. What's the Discovery 7 up to? Oh, it's already heading home. And the 8, it's doing a grav survey. Why don't we send you home after these two survey points? Aha, the ice sheet has melted on Mars. Temperature minus 23. We want to be at about minus 12 for the temperature factor to be 0. And we still need to bring oxygen down a little bit, and we need a bit more water. So let's get the temperature set, and then we'll add a bit more water, and I think we'll be all set. More freighters. Oh, this the Discovery 6 probably finished its work here, so it can, yeah, it's fine on maintenance. It can just help with the grav survey. And incidentally, did we find anything? Nope. Freighters. All right, found a jump point. Okay, the Spruance has stabilized the first jump gate into Barnard's star. And so now we need to stabilize the jump to Procyon. So let's do that. Stabilize, transit, and then stabilize. What happened to the Discovery 8 here? Something broke. But we're heading home, so that's okay. Unless it's the jump drive, then it's not okay. Okay, it's just the grav sensors. Okay, Discovery 4 has completed its overhaul. Let's go back to the galactic map here. I think what's going on in Sirius? Nothing. I think that means we have some work to do. Why is it showing up like this? Oh, because there's the grav survey is incomplete. Ah, okay. So yeah, go to Sirius and finish the grav survey. That's what's missing. Okay. Meanwhile, in Van Briesbeek's star, the grav survey is complete. We found one more jump point. How's the Discovery 2 doing? Oh, it needs to head back home. Okay, our research, our basic infrastructure research, this construction and production is going ahead. We finished construction 12 tons or 12 points. Now we're on to mining. Doing fine there. Okay, we finished the grav survey in Aquari. Let's take a look at these ships, how they're doing on maintenance. This one is fine. Discovery 6 is okay. Discovery 1 here definitely needs to head back. Procyon, Barnard, Sol, Earth, refuel and resupply, begin overhaul. But the Discovery 6 can go ahead and explore this jump point. Okay, and we've discovered Wolf 359, which appears to be empty. So you can just go ahead and... Oh no, there's a comment. How did I miss it? Is this... Oh no, that's not a comment. Wait, it is a comment. Huh, why isn't it showing up? That's weird. I suddenly got 2 active labs because the researcher who was working on composite armor was killed in an accident. What a tragedy. So we'll have his apprentice, I assume it's his apprentice, take up the mantle and continue. Okay, our second Sprance has been built, and I'm gonna play around with these a bit. We're gonna create a bunch of these jump stabilization ships because I'm very curious to see how we can use these, for example, to stabilize the Lagrange point at Earth and see how that helps us move around the system. Building freighters. How is Mars doing? Aha, perfect. The temperature is all set. Let's get a water vapor. And so this huge pile of freighters that I've been building is about to be activated. Okay, research into gas-cooled reactor is complete, which means we can research ion engines. A very expensive research. It's going to take us until March 37, and it is not March 37th, but March of the year 2037, and it's currently September 33. Built the Rommel. And let's keep building the cruisers. Or should we? We have a dozen now. And honestly, we need to... we are not quite catching up to the maintenance. Let's pause on the military buildup. I think... We haven't met the first aliens yet. We'll meet them in not too long, I would imagine. We're scouting pretty well. But yeah, let's pause on the military buildup here. This will be enough where, you know, if something comes at us, we'll be able to respond at least. It's a good base upon which to expand. Okay, I think we've stabilized all the way to Procyon, which means a few things. So first of all, on Procyon, why did we want to come here? Well, we wanted to come here because of Procyon A3, which has amazing thorium deposits. Now, this is not a terrible colony either, but this is probably going to be like an automated mine type of colony. Because we're not going to bother terraforming this, not for a very long time. This is basically like Venus. But we're going to tow this, we've got this fuel harvesting station that's been in orbit of Earth for a while, and we're gonna bring it out there. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take the tug. Now, actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a tanker. going to put it with the tug, and we'll make sure it's on refuel on fleet, just to get extra fuel for the journey. And you are going to Earth, refuel, fill up that tanker. Then we are going to go to shipyard fleet, tractor the Cornwallis, and then transit, release tractored ships. And then you're just going to go home. And that'll be that. And later we'll set up orders for the tankers, which actually reminds us now is a good time to maybe start building tankers again. Just saying. Okay, and once our industrial capacity permits, we will definitely oh, you know what we should do? We should set Luna as no, this is fine. Oh, I forgot to set the jump ship to do stuff. Okay, a few things. So hang on. This stabilization ship, the distance here is actually very small, so there's not much to stabilize in the Procyon system. And what about Barnard Star? Oh, that's empty. Okay, then. Well, any other systems we wanted to stabilize? Was there anything good here? No. Anything in Sirius? Not really. I guess we'll go in the other direction. Yeah, I think this is where we would head to colonize some of these planets, some of these systems. This makes a lot more sense. Okay, so I guess the Sprants can go back through Sol, head to Earth, refuel, and stabilize this. Transit, stabilize the other side. Meanwhile, construction production research. We did our first round of mining and production. Let's not forget wealth generation and fuel, and we'll take it from there. Okay, and we built the sixth and final for now scout cruiser, and let's assign it to training as well. Okay, where is the Discovery 3? It has no orders. I would have thought I had given it orders to come back. Apparently I forgot to, so begin overhaul, and let's just check on you. What is broken? Geosurvey, no problem. Okay, I just got a message that something broke on the Discovery 5 and there wasn't enough MSP to fix it. Oh. Oh, we sent it out to finish the geosurvey out at Eris. And we never told it to go home. By the way, was there anything on Eris? Nope. And the Discovery 2 has finished its overhaul. So we can go to... Wait, what ships are... No ships are in Cygni. Okay, let's have the Discovery 2 then head out this way to Cygni. What are we doing in Cygni? I think we're just doing a grav survey. Discovery 2, grav survey. Done. The Discovery 8's overhaul is complete, but it needs a bit more than just an overhaul. Okay, we finished the production of maintenance facilities, but I think we need a bit more. Oh, we're so close. Yeah, we need more. So before I build these academies, let's just get another... and, honestly, let's just build 50 just to be safe. Down queue, maintenance facility. Up queue. Just so we have a bit of overhead. For example, if our scout ships are back, they're each 5,000 tons, so they need, while they're in overhaul, they will need some maintenance space. Okay, let's take a look at Mars. How are we doing here? Almost. We just need a bit more water. Okay, gravitational survey of Wolf 359 is complete. And there's still these weird comets, which are not showing up here. But that's okay, it's not like I'll do anything about them. We could go through the next jump point, but we're pretty far from home. So I'd rather be a bit fresher. Before we head out that far. And the same is true in Sirius. We just had a few more points to scout here. So this ship is actually pretty fresh. Why don't we send it to Wolf and then through this unexplored jump point. We're starting to push the limits of the endurance of these survey ships here. They have to go pretty far out to these systems. And I have taken, I've kind of skipped over a whole engine tech generation. So once we get ion engines, we're going to refit them, and that'll increase their endurance by a ton. Inactive tech. Add a research lab. Okay, the Discovery 1's overhaul is complete. We're going to send it east, so to speak, through this jump point. that is this way. There's something connected to Van Briesbeek. Okay, the Discovery 8 was repaired. Send it east as well. Help with the grav survey here. Miskatonic says, hey, has Hack started any terraforming yet? Yes. We have been working on terraforming Mars, and in fact, Mars should be just about terraformed. Just adding the last bit of water vapor into the atmosphere. We've got, a base of oxygen. We filled up enough astusium to warm the planet up to about minus 2 degrees centigrade. And the rest is nitrogen, and now we're just need a bit more water, and we'll be completely terraformed. We've got 4 terraforming stations in orbit. Each has 20 terraforming modules. Okay, we discovered the Lieutenant system. This is in the east. Not too many system bodies. Why don't we take a quick gander, see if there's any interesting planets. Oh, did I not tell it to do a geosurvey? Hang on. This is the Lieutenant system, but wait, what's Lieutenant Star? I don't remember that one. Oh, I read this as Lieutenant, but it's Lieutenant Star. Okay, sorry. Oh, they are doing a geological survey now. All right. So, Lieutenant 726. This is sort of to the northwest. How many bodies? Nothing. An empty system. We'll just do a grav survey. Okay, we got some economic tech done, some wealth generation. Okay, finding a jump point. Freighters. We're up to 25 freighters now. Just kind of slowly adding. Oh, this was fine. This is the drop down I wanted to click on. Just slowly adding to our freighter capacity. Oh, you know what? I'm curious. I want to check. Oh, we built a tanker. I want to check on our. Yeah, our tug with its, like, I don't know, dozen engines is pushing these bases at 120 kilometers per second. So perhaps more. I mean, bigger tugs would be nice, but, early on in the game, we're just pushing stuff around in the inner solar system. Actually, with this, this actually would not be a terrible time to get another couple of tugs going, because we're gonna start, like, because this trip is gonna take forever because these are very slow tugs, and for example, my terraforming bases are gonna need to be moved very shortly. So Yeah, that's something to we're gonna be happy to have that extra capacity. Okay, let's drag these up to the cargo fleet so they're not in the way. This tanker can go hang out here. We can attach this bronze. Now this guy, he's stabilizing. This guy's stabilizing a planetary jump one. I haven't done this yet. I haven't played around with this capacity, so I'm very curious to see how it's gonna impact the game. So we have a Lagrange point at Jupiter. Why don't we? I don't know if the outer gas giants are massive enough. Probably. So why don't we try Saturn? I'm just very curious. We're finding jump points in our peripheral systems. Something else actually that concerns me is what's going on here. Okay, we're in overhaul. We're in overhaul. Okay, good. We're in overhaul on all these ships. So we can fix them. Okay, production of maintenance facility completed on Earth. Good. This would be a good time to overhaul the fleet, which, due to our maintenance facility shortage, has accumulated some wear and tear. Although they've been training pretty well, so why don't we Earth, refuel, resupply, and begin overhaul. And I'm building a couple more military academies. Because I'm pretty sure we have a shortage of leaders for our Navy. In fact, something I haven't done is I haven't assigned like a commandant to our Naval Academy, which is definitely something I should do. Okay, the Discovery 6 finished its overhaul. Let's go ahead and repair it. Guess we could also repair while it's in overhaul. Apparently you can do that. Yeah. Where? Okay, what kind of commander do I want to oversee? I want better ship captains, basically. So reaction time is good. I actually forget what a lot of the bonuses do. And it might not even matter. Hang on, this is something I need to look up. I'm just going to look this up here on the side. I'm looking this up on the wiki here. Commander Bonai. Actually, no. What I want to look up here is academies. Might be under installations. Military Academy. Okay, so it does make a difference. So I can get bonus rolls if the commander, the commandant of my military academy, has a high score in a particular field. So then the question is, what field do I want to encourage? I mean, honestly, I just want more commanders. I just need the numbers. But I think... Okay, like tactical sounds nice to put in a CIC, but I don't think that's implemented yet. Well, there's engineering and tactical, so in here it doesn't... Oh, wait. Maybe it does have engineering. Engineering seems nice. You can never go wrong with reaction bonus. So now this here, is an R4 going to be a high enough rank? Yeah, it will be. Okay, let's do that. All right. Okay, let me bring back the window here so I can keep track of you guys. Okay. Good. We'll build more naval academies. That is excellent. Mars. So close. Oh. Interesting. So the Ronnie, the tug in Barnard's Star, is almost out of fuel, but there is a tanker. Oh, because we don't have underway, or maybe this got... Hang on, let's double check here. Okay, it is set to refuel own fleet, but we might not have the I'm going to remove these orders. I'm going to see if this works. I'm be very curious to see if it does. Okay, meanwhile, the Spruance has finished building, stabilizing the jump gate east. This is this way here to Sagittarius, so let's now go to Monticello. Stabilize, transit, stabilize. Let's issue that order. Now I want to keep track on keep track of what's going on with the Rodney. See if it is getting refueled now that we've stopped. Yes. Okay, good. I'm glad that worked how I thought it should. So to clarify, I brought a tanker along, but the tanker does have the role, was assigned to auto refuel the fleet, but we don't yet have the technology to do that while we're moving. So that'd be a good thing to queue up, actually, because it's kind of a nice convenience. So just by stopping that task force and just having it chill for a while, it was able to refuel, which is great. Okay, gravitational survey is complete in Signy. Oh, I thought double clicking would help. Okay, can any of these ships... I think the Discovery 2 is about to go through here. Could be wrong. Maintenance 1.2. Well, you're going now. How about the Discovery 8? Oh, yeah, you're both going. Go and explore. Okay, we researched fuel production. Let's actually take a moment here to research this underway replenishment rate that I was just mentioning, because that'll just be nice to have. Okay, all right, freighters have been built, and I think that Mars is ready too as well. Let's just double check. Mars environment done, completely terraformed. Excellent. Okay, we can turn off terraforming here. And of course, our terraformers are stuck in Martian orbit because our tug is very slowly moving that gas harvesting, thorium harvesting station to another system, which is why I'm retasking a shipyard to build a second tug. In the meantime, let's take our cargo fleet and let's start moving that infrastructure. There's actually not that much infrastructure on Mars. There's like only about 1,000, so it won't take that long. But let's go to the Jovian moons. So cargo fleet, Mars load infrastructure, Callisto. I don't. What's the range on these ships? $14 billion. So we can do a couple trips before refueling. Mars load installation, Europa. Let's refuel at this point. Mars load installations, Ganymede. Oh. Unload all installations. Mars load installations, Io. Unload all installations. Earth refuel. Cycle moves. Done. Also, Discovery 3 and 6 are ready to go out again. I think why is this still 99%? Is there like a comet that I didn't survey? No, everything is surveyed. Oh, this is, I didn't mean to do that. Surveyed and total bodies, 623. Okay, wait. There must be something here that I've, all comets. That's what you were referring to earlier in the chat. Yeah. McNaught, Brooks, MB. Yeah, these are the guys. And there's something else here too. There's probably an asteroid out there. Yep. Good old 2009 YE7. Always the last one. Okay, so this is... Oh, actually I can't send them out yet because we need some repairs still. Oh, the repairs are on the 5, so the 3 and the 6 are ready to go. Okay, well, let's do that then. So the 3, Discovery 3, you are going to go out to 2009 YE7 and do a geological survey. And then you're going to go out to, let me just move this out of the way and let's see how bad it is. What do we have left to survey? It is McNaught, Brooks, and MB7. There Let's just see where they are. Oh, we should be in Seoul. Okay, this is YE7. There's McNaught. There's Brooks. Hang on, let me hide the civilian contacts just for a moment. There's MB7. A little far. Okay, let's send 3 out there and 6 to the other one. So you can go there and then honestly head back to Earth. That'll take you a while. And then let's have 6 go to McNaught and to Brooks. And then head back. And we'll deal with MB7 much later. Okay. Good. Okay, the Spruance 3 tells me that it stabilized the Lagrange point for Saturn. So clearly, the more massive the planet, the quicker it is to stabilize the Lagrange point. Because Spruance 2 has been working on Earth for a very long time. Oh, wait, I should be able to tell how long. Oh no, it's not telling. Well, yeah, I don't know if it's... I don't know. I don't know how it will, if it will ever tell me. Maybe it can't do it, but I think it should be able to. Okay, so that's interesting. So let's see where that point is. It's all the way over there. And Jupiter also has one. Yeah, Jupiter's Lagrange point is here. Interesting. I mean, this is useful because if I do have like a closer Lagrange point in the inner solar system and we are happening, and because we have orbits turned on, you know, things will line up once in a while where it's faster to go through the Lagrange point. Let's go to Uranus. Oh no, on the Spruance 3. Let's go to Uranus and stabilize that. Let's see how long that takes. Oh, what? All traces of water vapor removed from Mars. No! Did I just mess up? Oh, maybe okay, I know what happened. Whoops. Fortunately, the water is not in the atmosphere, but actually precipitated down. But what happened is I had water vapor here, and then I clicked off add gas to atmosphere, which means it was now in subtract gas from atmosphere, and that's what it did. So I need to be careful. I need to set this to none. But if we look at Mars here, we see that it actually has a hydrosphere because this water has already fallen to the ground and it's not in the atmosphere. But the atmosphere is now very, very dry on Mars. Sorry, guys. Okay, after many years, we've discovered composite armor, which will make our next series of ships a bit lighter, which is always nice because we can fit more stuff in them. Let's get damage control researched. Oh, and we have already offloaded all of the infrastructure. So let's go to Callisto and then back home, do our last drop off. So let's see how much. Oh, these have already been colonized because the civilian sector is ready to go. So this is about 270 infrastructure on each of the Jovian moons, and that will just sort of slowly grow. Okay, gravitational survey has been completed at Luiten 726, which is over here. We have the Discovery 4, which kind of needs to go back home. This is basically... no, we're turning around here. Sorry. Bernard. Sol. Earth. Refuel. Begin overhaul. We've basically reached the maximum range of effective surveying that I can do. Without upgraded ships. Or, you know, outposts. Which, you know, are certainly things I'll want to do. Okay, now Lumen 16 out here. We've got the Discovery 2 and the Discovery 8. Now, did we... There's a gas giant. I don't even remember the system. All right, how are you doing? 1.92? Sure. Why don't you go through? And 8. Why don't you just do a quick geo-survey here? And then you can go through. Assuming you're doing fauna maintenance? Yep. The Gliese system has been discovered, and it is an empty system, it appears. Yep, I mean a couple of comets, but who cares? So go ahead and do your grav survey. Yep, already set. Okay, the Discovery 5 is ready to go. But to tell you the truth, all right, this is interesting. So, did you... Okay, we did the survey here. Yeah. Did we not finish the grav survey in Luiten's star? We did not. All right, we'll send the Discovery 5 to help it. Sagittary, Monetary, Van Briesbeek. Grav survey. Okay, we have finally released the fuel harvesting base at Procyon 3. Cool. So now, let's get back to Earth. And let's also make sure that this is kind of set up in a sane way, which is to say fuel harvesting base Cornwallis. That's interesting. It's full of fuel. Why is it full of fuel? I must have loaded it up with fuel from Earth. Maybe. Oh, wait, I have an idea. So it is set as a tanker. Let's see here. Cornwallis. Fuel harvesting base. Thank you, Cornwallis. It is clicked as a tanker, but here I did not give it a minimum fuel, so it assumed it was maximum. So we actually want it to have almost no fuel because it shouldn't, whatever, take fuel with it. So let's, actually, you know what we could do here? This would be clever. This would be clever. So the tug needs a certain amount of fuel to bring this harvesting base out there, right? How much fuel did it use? Well, if we look at this task group, so first of all, the not troop transport, the Rodney. So the Rodney has a capacity, has a million left, but it has a 2 million liter tank, and it spent 700,000, but previously we had to refill it completely from a tanker here, right? So we spent a total of like 2 million from the tanker and then another like 700. So basically it took 3 million liters of fuel to move the terraforming base out here using our tug. And we did that with the help of this tanker that was in the task group. But the terraforming base is itself a tanker. So in theory, if we just have the terraforming base launch with 3 million liters of fuel, then it can just refuel the tug on its way, and they should be all set. So we'll try that for the next one that we build, which will happen eventually. Okay, but now that means that we have to send a tanker, or I guess tankers. Okay, now they have a longer journey. So I wonder if I shouldn't perhaps increase the base fuel load on my tankers just to make sure they can make the journey. I don't think it's going to take them that much fuel to get there, but still. So let's go to the tankers. And, I had them at 200,000. Let's just give them 500,000 liters of fuel by default. Now, if I told... so what we actually need to do here is why don't we tell them to refuel and then transfer fuel to colony. That will get them back to their minimum level. Now I don't know if there's a more efficient way of doing that. Yeah, that's what we want. Okay, and now we'll set up the refueling run order. So it's going to be Barnard, Procyon, and then head to the Cornwallis, refuel from stationary tankers, and then head back to Sol, to Earth, and then transfer fuel to colony. And we don't need to cycle this because we only need to do it once in a while. But let's save it. Call it a refuel run. Yeah, we'll only need to do that once in a while because we're not making fuel that fast. Okay, and underway replenishment rate is done. We can go back to boosting our general economy. Let's get the construction rate up again. followed by the mining rate. And just in time, we retooled the tanker shipyard for a tug. So let's just get a second tug. Although the first one will be back now from its journey. But we need to get those terraforming bases in orbit of Mars doing something productive. Because right now they're just standing there doing nothing. Okay, we're discovering plenty of jump points in the peripheral systems. Oh, the Discovery 4 is low on fuel. Where is the Discovery 4 and what is it doing? Oh, it's heading home. It'll be fine. Okay. I have built another 2 freighters. I'm gonna just add. I'm gonna add 1 freighter to make it an even 30, and then we'll get like a second colony ship. Okay, we've stabilized jump gates out to Monoceri. I just assume that's Italian, and I'm probably butchering that pronunciation anyways, so my apologies. Okay, this is actually a decent potential colony. It doesn't. This one has better terraforming. This one has minerals. It shouldn't be too hard to terraform eventually. So this is not a bad target. Now my question is, would I stabilize out to Louitons or up to Signy? And I think it's going to have to be Signy because there really isn't much here. Now maybe there isn't much here either. I mean, at least there's a planet we could live on one day. Lumen has an empty gas giant. Okay, I lied. Maybe there isn't much up here either. Was there anything here? Yeah, there was stuff here. I'm thinking we just head back home and just play around stabilizing jump points in the solar system, because that seems like fun. By which I mean, like stabilizing here. Let's just have you refuel for now. Stabilizing Lagrange points. Okay, the Roddy one is back at Earth, which was our tug. We can have the tanker chill out now. You can be whatever. You can chill out in the shipyard fleet, I guess. Okay, meanwhile, so let's actually rename this task group tankers. Okay, meanwhile, let's move these terraforming bases from Mars. Not from Mars, but rather I should pick up the fleets here. Let's get the moon terraformed. That'll be the second easiest terraforming target. Release tractor ships. Let's do those 3. I might, the second tech might be ready by then, which is why I'm only queuing up 3. Okay, we got another research lab built. The Spruance 1 has completed its order. Ah, yes. Okay, well, why don't we have you head out to Neptune, stabilize that Lagrange point. Actually, Neptune, it's not really... No, actually, it would be great. I lied. It would be useful to have that stabilized like half of the time. Actually, you know, what's Neptune's orbital period? I do not know that. I learn something playing this game every day. Neptune. Oh. Well, it orbits every 165 years, so that's going to be a pretty static jump point. Uranus orbits every 84 years, also going to be pretty static. Saturn, oh, every 30 years, so that is going to fluctuate as we play this game. And Jupiter, every 11 years. Okay, interesting. I did not know. Like, I had no idea what the... like, even what the order of magnitude of those numbers... Well, I mean, I knew it was, like, not more than 100, but I couldn't have told you if it was closer to the Earth's rotation around the sun or like a century. And it turns out it's closer to a century. Okay, refuel, and let's have you pick up the last terraforming base. Oh, I forgot to assign the terraforming orders to the moon. Release tractor chips. Okay, so actually we need to do a couple things. We need to do administrator. So first of all, civilian terraforming. Yeah, the governor of Mars is going to move to the moon. And then, I guess, pop growth? Nothing else we're doing really on Mars, so pop growth and wealth, I guess. Gilbert Saint-Pierre. He's got production and pop growth. I mean, sure. Let's get you assigned to Mars. Okay, and then on Luna, environment. Okay, let's get oxygen into the atmosphere. 0.1. Let's queue up another space station, another fuel harvesting station here. Okay, my tankers finished their fuel run. Let's make sure that that actually did what it was supposed to do. You know, I actually forgot to check if the tankers were full of fuel before I sent them on the run, but they got fuel. They emptied part of this, so that's. I think we're okay. I think the orders were set up correctly. They might have been partially full. Okay. Oh, we have stabilized the jump point around Uranus. Let's take a look in the Sol system. Yeah. Okay, but see, now we have all these, say jump points, but I mean Lagrange points. By the way, this is not how real life Lagrange points work. But, So currently, with the current orbital positions, it is not really an advantage to jump through the Saturn LP or the Uranus LP. Jupiter might help. I can't see. Wait, let's turn. Excuse me, I got some hiccups. Let's turn off these asteroids. Honestly, let's turn off the comets too. Planets, dwarf planets, moons, asteroids. I'm not crazy, right? Rex, waypoint, survey. There's comet paths. Maybe there's no way to hide the comets. Anyways. But anyways, within, as we play the game, for example, the Saturn will orbit around and the LP will orbit, and it'll be, half the time it'll be in a position in this quadrant of the solar system where it'll basically have the time to get to Sagittarius or even to Barnard's star. And although currently Uranus and Neptune aren't really in a favorable position, in 50 years, it will be. So that's pretty cool. And of course, actually, for that to work, we have to finish stabilizing Earth's, which is still underway. Now, this was the Spronz 3. I wonder if we can stabilize Mars's. No, it's too light. But Venus, yeah, might take forever. But it'll be good to have 2 in the inner solar system. Okay, it is March 2037. And we have finally discovered ion drive technology. Hello, French Ferret. SP1P3 asks, have you started reaching other systems, fighting other stuff? Not for lack of trying. We have been surveying as much as we can. So there are 2 jump points out of Sol. One leads, I guess, west to Barnard's star, and one leads east to Sagittarius. Now, I have the setting turned on, which guarantees that there will be an NPR race between 25 and 50 light years from us. And you can see the number here. We're able to survey out to about 18, 19. Honestly, my survey ships, after they make this long trip out here and do a bit of surveying work, they kind of get tired and worn out. So it's time for an upgrade. Now, I can still actually do a bit of work out this way because the jump points, I guess, are pretty close to each other. So I can still push out further on this branch, which we will do. But just now, we have researched ion drives. And so that means it is time to redesign some ships. Now, before I do that, actually, let's maybe get all the last little bells and whistles that I'd like to get on my survey ships. And actually, that is a science department because I just think that's a cool idea. And let me just add find as many labs as this guy will take, which apparently is 18 labs. So this will finish November 37. I'd like to, just because I think it's cool, it means we'll get, we can technically assign a science officer. Not that we have the extra science officers, I just think it's cool. So we're going to have like a science station on these ships. Now what we actually also need to be doing here is let's get the engines prototyped. So we're going to need, not here, but here we're going to need new engines. So we actually skipped a whole generation of engines. We skipped the improved NPE engines, and now we've got ion engines. So let's see. So these are fuel efficient, size 10 military engines, and I think also we can redesign our commercial engines too. And we actually also want to redesign our military engines eventually as well. So let's queue that research up. And that one and that one. The civilians are researching new engines, and they're going to be upgrading all their ships. Okay, gravitational survey completed in Gliese, which is up here. And these ships are due to go home, so good timing. Cygni. Sol, Earth. Refuel, overhaul, and the same for Discovery 8. Running low on supplies. Good time to head home. The Sol. Refuel, rewind clock. Good. Okay, the Discovery 3 has finished her overhaul. Is it broken? No. I'm actually going to send it back out. Even though we're about to upgrade the ships, there's still work that can be done in out east, I think, with these ships, because the distance isn't too long. If we go to Van Briesbeek and then to Luitens, we got plenty of room to explore here. Same thing for the Discovery 4, which just finished its overhaul. So let's send you back out. Van Briesbeek, Luitens, go to this jump point. Okay, and actually, speaking of which, we just finished the Grav survey. This was Discovery 1, but Discovery 1 needs to head back home, so let's do that. Sol, Earth, refuel, resupply, rewind the clock. Good. Okay, we're prototyping out these engines. I'm waiting on the science department, November, so another month. So just a couple of in-game ticks. Okay, we've discovered the Herschel system. Again, this is east of Luton here. So what's in the Herschel system? Not much. Just some comets. Okay, we've discovered the Altair system. Looks like there are actually some system bodies in here. Okay. All right, finally something interesting to look at. Let's make this a geological survey first of all. Okay, we built our second tug. You know, what we can start doing here is we can start, I realize now, is we need to start not redesigning, but upgrading these ships. Oh wait, did I research the commercial drive? Yes, I did. Okay. Let's get to work. Okay, Napoleon, copy the design. Get rid of these old commercial engines. These commercial NPEs. Let's obsolete that component. And in fact, let's obsolete all these nuclear pulse engines. And we'll put 5 of these brand new engines on here, going much faster. And in even a longer range, actually, without changing, because they're faster and they're so much more fuel efficient that even with the increased speed, we still have a longer range. And let's update the armor too, because we got better, lighter armor now. And I said I wanted to put passive sensors on them, so let's do that. I forgot to do that in the initial design. Okay, that's going to be, we'll rename it the Napoleon, and I'm going to put the engine tech after, so I know what design we're on. And let's obsolete this. Okay, outreach, same thing, copy design, update the armor. Get rid of these engines, put these engines, and then, oh wait, I put 5 of each passive sensor, didn't I? Yep, I did. Okay. We updated the armor. Rename, outreach, ion. Okay. Just in case we ever refit these, I don't think we will, but might as well update the designs. Get lighter armor. Engines, it already had passives, good. Spruance ion. Let's not forget to obsolete these. Obsolete these. Okay, we'll do the military ships later. And I'll get to the survey ship in a moment, but let's do the tankers. Copy design. Update the armor. I apparently didn't put passive sensors on this one either. Maybe I didn't have the space to get it under 20,000. That might have been it. Oh, I did the thing where I put 5 again. My bad. There. All set. If we just compare the two, goes about twice as fast. Great news. Oh, let's make sure we, yeah, the tanker is set, and then also, Okay, it copied all that information. Good. Let's make this obsolete. The troop transport, we only have one of them. I don't think we're going to use this exact same design when we build more troop transports, but you know what? Let's just have this redesigned in case we do, in a hurry and in a fit of laziness, decide to reuse the same concept. Nelson Ion. And let's obsolete this. And now what I'm actually going to do here with this tug is I'm going to copy this, but actually we're going to make this a much bigger ship because the tug that we have is really slow. Because it's only got 13 engines. So what we're going to do here, first of all, we're going to update the armor, passive sensors, and let's have like 40 ion engines here. And the fuel is okay. We can always send tankers with it if we need. But let's do this. So we're gonna first of all, okay, make sure the armor is. We'll call this the Ronnie Ion 40, just so we're clear that it's much bigger. And that's going to be the kind of tug that I use to move stuff really far. And in fact, what we're going to do, because we still have the old tugs, we can keep them in Soul. They can be useful for things like that, for work within a system. But what we can actually do is we can take. I don't need to build more stabilization chips, but I can reuse this this shipyard here to build these Ronnies. It's going to take forever to update, but this is a long-term project. So let's do that. Let's also update this, retool this for the outreach. Let's retool this for, I guess, the tankers. Okay, and the discoveries we still want our science department, which should be ready in like 4 more time increments. So let's let that pass. There we go. Research complete, science department. Okay, so let's go back, not here, but here. The discovery. Copy this design. Okay, so let's make some changes here. So first of all, let's update the armor. Got some 50 tons there. So our current range was like 1,300 days on full power. Let's get these engines. Did I click that right? Yeah. I'm surprised because I thought they would be more fuel efficient than that. Okay, let's take a look here. Engines. These guys, fuel per EPH 0.124, also 0.124. Interesting. Whereas .078. Huh. Okay, it does change. So it was just the weight that changed on the commercial ships. Okay, interesting. So I'm less interested in making these ships go faster rather than having more fuel efficiency. What was the speed of the original Discovery? 1200. If we cut down to 2 engines, we can now fit, we're still going to go faster. We can have our science station. And we can do the other thing, which I would like to do, which is to increase the deployment time and the engineering capacity to last 5 years, a bit longer out in space, or whatever, 6 years. And let's add some fuel storage here. How about that? Kind of need even a bit more deployment time here. Well, this is okay. A 5-year mission. Yeah, interesting. Okay, so what we've reduced the engines mass proportionately. We've only got 2 engines now instead of 3 before. We've actually increased the speed by 50 kilometers per second, but the speed doesn't concern me so much. That now our effective range is doubled, and we just have more engineering capacity on board. I like it. Okay, let's rename this to the Discovery Ion. And we've got room on board for a science officer, should we train enough of them one day. So let's get the shipyard ready for that. Okay, now in terms of our military ships, besides updating the engines, what else would we put on there? I'd like to put damage control on the cruisers. So let's finish that, and we'll see about the weapons systems after that's researched. Aha, I think we have just stabilized the Sol Lagrange point. Yep, there it is. So now we'll be able to kind of jump instantly from Sol to any one of these Lagrange points, which honestly right now is not useful because most of the time we're trying to get down here. But one day these things will orbit around. Okay, that was the Sprance 2. I've got somebody working on Neptune. We're doing Venus. Okay, we're actually all done in the Sol system. Actually, I noticed that the Discovery 2 is broken. Okay, it's heading home. So is the 8. All right. Now let's take a look at this map again and see where we want to stabilize. I think we want to stabilize this way, right? Yeah. We want to go to Lutens and Altair. Yeah. Okay, so let's get the Sprance 2. Might as well refuel. And head out. East. East. And then here, I guess we start stabilizing. transit, stabilize. Aha, the harvester capacity is full. So my fuel harvesting base out in Procyon is full. Let's send the tankers on the refuel run. Okay, we've stabilized the Neptune Lagrange point, which is out here. Now, what are we going to do with that Spruance? I guess, I mean, look, we might as well stabilize. Like, Sirius is a dead end, right? Question mark, I ask myself. Yeah. So we might as well stabilize that. I'll just refuel before we go. Stabilize, transit, stabilize, and then let's also stabilize there. Then transit and stabilize. Okay, we've retooled for the Discovery Ion class. Do we have any Discoveries at home? Yeah, Discovery 1. Six. Oh, you're doing nothing here. Why aren't you doing anything? You're in Monocherry. Why aren't you doing anything? Well, look, might as well go home and get patched up and upgraded. Must have forgotten about it after it finished like a geological survey or something like that. The 7 is doing opening Earth, no orders. Okay, let's queue up some upgrades. Refit Discovery to Ion. Okay, you can stay in orbit. Discovery 6. We should check on the moon to see how the atmosphere is doing there. Oh, what? Okay, it did not register. That's weird. Also, this is dangerous. This is a ton of oxygen. Holy shit. So it did not register like the maximum here that I set, which is really awkward. We're going to need to remove some oxygen here. Okay. The temperature's fine. We just need to fill this up with like nitrogen or something and water. That's really awkward, guys. Okay. Look, let's get up to like 0.3. See, if I do that and now go back here, did it register it? Nope. Now did it register it? Yeah, you have to like click away on the window. You can't just click. Okay, that's a little bug we'll have to report because that's not the behavior you expect. Oh, we retooled our freighters. Oh. So first of all, our freighters on Earth, there's a new command, which is really cool. So we're going to do shipyards. Outreach. Oh, are you still building like a colony? We're still building an outreach. Okay, it's almost done. That's fine. We're going to do auto refit Napoleons to Napoleon ions. Go. And it'll just keep adding them to the queue and refit them as they're done, which is nice. And then we finish damage control. Okay, if we're gonna upgrade our ships, we don't have like an alien threat yet. We have a bit of time. There's a couple things I want to do. First of all, I want to increase the capacitor recharge rate because that will effectively increase the refire rate of my particle beams. Meanwhile, why don't we explore the possibility of getting weapons that hit a bit harder? We finished construction rate. We're going to go to mining rate. Okay, we finished we're researching some engine tech. We'll go into the capacitor tech now. Okay, we finished the overhauls of our first couple of discoveries here. Let's queue up whatever else we can. Whatever else is in orbit. The 5 and the 6. So it's the 1 and the 7 that are finished now. Are they ready to go, or do they still need refits or repairs? Yeah, it's still an overhaul. And the 7, oh, the 7 is ready to go though. Okay, so where do we send the brand new discoveries? Let's go. Oh boy, there's a lot of ships in here. Let's go northwest here. And let's go here. Meanwhile, by the way, there's a geosurvey happening in the Altair system, which we'll take a look at in a moment. Okay. Oh, the tankers are back. Let's make sure that this happened better. Okay. Maybe what's happening, and I really need to pay closer attention, but I feel like what's happening is that by the time the trip is done, the fuel harvesting base just harvests another 7 million liters of fuel, which honestly, it's taking the tankers a long time. I could calculate it, but I'm too lazy. So you know what? We're just going to leave it like that. I'm not going to investigate this further. It works functionally for me. what I wanted to do is check out the Altair system, where we've been doing a geological survey. And let's see. Okay, we've gotten the inner system done. What have we found? Altair A1, tritanium, but potential for more. Altair 2, some gallicite and vendorite, and also potential for more. A gas giant with pretty bad accessibility, so that's unfortunate. Then we've got a terrestrial moon with duranium. Okay. This, I mean, it's not amazing, but there's potential. Okay, we've got a Discovery 8 that finished an overhaul, but we're gonna be upgrading our vessels before we send them out again. Okay, we our freighter / colony ship shipyard built this second colony ship that I had queued up for some reason. Let's have the second slipway here. Oh, where's the outreach one? Oh, I bet it's still bringing people from Earth to the moon and Mars. I bet it just hasn't stopped all this time. Yep. All right, why don't you chill out and head back to Earth? Okay, we got another lab built. Let's add it to this project. A lot of our discoveries are back at Earth and have finished their overhauls, but we need to kind of refit them. Oh, there we go. Okay, the 5 and the 6, I think, are ready to go. Or at least they've been upgraded. Yeah, the 6 is ready to go. The 5 is still in overhaul. So let's send the 6 out, and it can go east. And let's have it go north afterwards. This way. And now let's queue up more upgrades. Refit the discoveries to the... Oh. Maybe we need to repair some discoveries first. Let's do that. We have discovered a new system. This is, I believe, the Lalande system. Yeah, this is north here. Okay, what's in here? Just one planet. Well, let's take a quick look. You can go and do your gravitational survey, but why don't you also do a geological survey in there? Okay, the Discovery 5 finished its overhaul, and it is upgraded already. So it can also head out east. This one is going to go due east. And Breezebeck. And then we'll go to Leutens, and we'll go to a new unexplored system. Okay, we've... Our shipyard here can upgrade the Braswell tankers, so let's actually do that. Let's upgrade one of these. or refit, I should say. Okay, the Discovery 2 has been repaired, and I think now we should be able to refit it. Yep. Got to repair them first. All right, we'll take a look what the geological survey was for that single planet in the Lalande system. Oh, we found another jump point. Interesting. Oh, no minerals. Okay, nitrogen was added successfully to the moon. Now, we added way too much oxygen. We actually have to strip some oxygen out of here. So we also need to add water vapor. But let's bring the oxygen down to... Let's bring it down to 0.2 atm to start with. Actually, it only needs to be less than 0.3. No, but the proportion is... I don't know what's faster. I don't know if it's faster to remove or to add more stuff. Let's see, I got 0.3 of this. Let's do 0.2. We'll look at the ratios after. It's a good starting point. Okay, we stabilized out to Van Briesbeek, so now we need to stabilize out to Lutens. Let's do that. New system. Let's see. This system, northeast, north of Gliese. But at least it has some bodies. Yeah, okay. All right, something to survey. Let's do it. Why don't you do a geological survey? All right, the Discovery 8 was repaired, so we should be able to refit it now. We have built the second. We just built another fuel harvesting space station. Now, how are we doing on the refitting? On the retooling to run it. Yeah, this is not happening. Okay, I mean, it's happening, but it's happening slowly. So let's have one of our tugs here. Use the good old raw new one. Why don't you top off your fuel at Earth? And then get the Cornwallis 2 and head on over to Procyon A3, and release tractor chips. Okay, we've discovered another system, another Lutens system. Let's see where this is. Down here. But it looks pretty empty. So we'll just do a graph survey, I guess. Okay, we refit our first colony ship. And let's refit, I think, where's the outreach? Did we refit both of them? Maybe we did. Napoleon's. Let's just queue this up. Let's take a quick look here. Shipyard, outreach. Yeah, it's been refit. Okay, and actually one thing we can do, which is, same location. It's just chilling there for some reason. Oh, shit. I did not. Stop. I didn't reassign industrial production on Earth. I'm going to queue up some auto mines because we might end up in a situation where we have a shortage of a specific mineral and we need to go and harvest some on some asteroid or something like that, or on another planet in another system, which isn't very habitable. So let's bank up a few of those. Okay, we finished some CP research. Let's keep upgrading our general industrial capacity. And I think we should do a research rate. The Discovery 2 has been refit. Let's see. Can we refit another Discovery? No. Can we repair? No. Okay. Is the Discovery 2 ready to go? Yes, it is. Great news. Let's have you go to Altair and yeah, you can get started on the grav survey there. Okay, so actually let's take a look at our ships here, our logistics report. Let's not go by fuel, let's just go in deployment time. So the Discoveries 3 and 4 are still out there, but they still need to be upgraded. All the other Discoveries have been upgraded so far. I feel like I'm missing one. Discovery 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Where is Discovery 8? Oh, it's in dry dock. Okay, we refit one of our old tankers. Let's get the other one, or another one refit. Oh, our harvester capacity is filling up. Where we have 3 tankers. What is this other tanker doing? Yeah, okay, so one of these tankers is being refit right now. Which one? Oh, it might be neither of the. It might be this guy. Hang on, we can tell. The Braswell 2 is currently being refit. So let's have the Braswell 1 and 3. So let's move this guy into the shipyard and let's get 1 and 3 together. Even though one of them has been upgraded, the other one hasn't. Both of these should be on refuel on fleet. Why not? Okay, first of all, Earth, transfer fuel to colony, and then refuel run. No, transfer fuel to colony first. Okay, I guess we have to do that separately. Let's just do that. Oh, also, the Discovery 8, I think, is ready to go again. Yes, it is. So it's also going to go east. And it's going to go to, it's going to go to Herschel. Okay, the tankers have emptied their fuel at Earth. Now they can go on their refuel run. Okay, we removed a bunch of gas from the atmosphere of Luna, a bunch of oxygen. We had put too much by accident. The oxygen percentage is still too high. But now it's going to be less work to remove oxygen than to add the other gas that we need. So let's actually continue to remove some oxygen here. I made a mistake with the UI here. So as long as it needs to be less than 30%, we need to go to like 0.12. Oh, not 3. Something like that. Should do the trick. Okay, the grav survey in Herschel is complete. Oop, I accidentally clicked somewhere where I shouldn't have. There we go. Okay, Herschel. One of these is an old ship. Yeah, the Discovery 3 with pretty high maintenance. Time for you to head back home and get upgraded. Van Briesbeek. No. Yes. That was right. And meanwhile, you're just chilling here? Oh, I guess you were doing a grav survey. You were helping with the grav survey. So why don't you transit? And tell us what you see. Okay, we have discovered the DX Cancri system, which also seems to have a bunch of bodies. Let's get surveying. And as a reminder, this is... okay, so this was beyond the Herschel system, so it's over here, the DX Cancri system. Meanwhile, we're finding a ton of jump points, by the way, in Lalande. Yeah, in Lalande especially. So this has been kind of a narrow string, but here it's about to branch out again. Okay, we've finished removing the oxygen. I think this should be all we need. Yep. Okay, now all we need to do is add water vapor. Add. Let's just set it at this number. It doesn't really matter because the water vapor will precipitate out, so we just have to put a number and have it start adding water. We've finished refitting a tanker. We've got our other tanker is out on the refuel run, so we have a bit of time. Let's just build a fourth tanker, and we'll keep this tanker at home for now. Okay, we're continuing our stabilization run to the east here. Was there something here that we wanted to colonize maybe one day? Meh. Not much. What about Altair? Have we surveyed? Yeah, we did survey Altair. This seems more interesting. You know, to tell you the truth, what I'd like to do is maybe turn back and start stabilizing this arm. So let's go back to through Van Briesbeek, Cherry, and let's head up here and start stabilizing this. Okay, we completed research on capacitor recharge rate 4. That will allow us to redesign our particle beams so that they fire every 10 seconds instead of every 15 seconds, because they took 7 energy to recharge. So we had 3, we could put in 3 per time interval. So the smallest number of time intervals there would be 3. Now it would be 2. However, I am researching bigger particle lances, so it's possible that that these require more, a bit more effort to recharge. So let's finish that research and see if that is the case. Okay, gravitational survey finished at Luton 14 over here. By Discovery 6, by Discovery 5. This seems like an old. No, this is a new ship. Good. Go and scan. Now, what's Discovery 4 doing? Oh no, it's just been chilling here, doing nothing. We forgot about you. I'm so sorry. We need to get you home and repaired and upgraded and everything. Are you... what's broken? Oh no, the jump drive is broken. Okay, you're in Altair. Alright, we'll need to do some maneuvering. Okay, so actually we only need to get to transition it here. So Discovery 2, you're going to help out. You are going to go here and just move there. Here, let's move to the Altair system. And you will assist the Discovery 4 in its jump. the rest of the way is stabilized, so we should be good to go after. Meanwhile, in Lalande, we finished the Grav survey here. Did we finish the Geo survey? Yeah, I remember this place. How are we doing here? We got a bit of room to maneuver. Let's take a peek. Inactive lab. Okay, oh, I got a message. All right, tankers complete order on Earth. Yeah, so what I want to do here is I actually want to set up the tankers. Well, actually, let's do a few things. First of all, tankers. One of you is an old design. Yeah, the Braswell 3 is old, so it's going to go to the shipyard. The Braswell 2, I believe, has been modernized. Yeah, it has. Okay, actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to detach this tanker. I'm going to rename this to the fuel run. And you're just going to constantly do the refuel run. Because we're going to have sufficient capacity, fuel production, for that to be worth it. And we can always add more tankers into that fleet the more we build up our fuel production capacity. Okay, so the Discovery 4 can't transit because its jump drive is broken. But that's okay. Well, it's complaining a lot, so we'll have to cancel all these orders and wait until the Discovery 2 gets there. Meanwhile, we've discovered a new system, the system of Aurora, which is located down here to the southeast. Okay, and what is in the system? Not much. One gas giant. Okay. Let's, we'll take a look. Another new system. Not a new system, but I think we've discovered a new link to an existing system. Discovery 7. I believe, yeah. We discovered a link back here. Okay, we're gonna just wait. Do another time increment. And now let's head back here, tell Discovery 7 to head back to Lalande and try another jump, try another system. You know, it actually makes a lot more sense to do this. Like this. Ugh. Just kind of uglified it a little bit. How about that? There. Another new system discovered, the YZ SETI system. Yeah, off of Lalande. Okay. Actually, I shouldn't have done that because Lalande probably it's going to have a lot of stuff coming out of it. Well, we'll fix this later. Anyways, not much here in YZ SETI. So let's just do this grav survey, I guess. Okay, how's our rescue operation? Oh, almost there. Another month or so. Okay, we have retooled this giant commercial shipyard to make our mega tugs. And let's go ahead and build one or two. Okay, the Discovery 2 is at the jump point, so now the Discovery 4 should be able to jump through. And the rest of the way we have stabilized. So I think we'll be okay. You can make your way home safely. And then the Discovery 4 can go back to the grav survey. Oh, no, I meant the Discovery 2. Stop. I mean, it doesn't really matter that I queued up the Discovery 4 for grav surveys because it's got prior orders, but still. Okay, the Ronnie one is complaining of low fuel. Oh, well, but that's okay because so it's complaining of low fuel because it's below 20%, but actually, this is going according to plan. Oh no, this should be on auto refuel. I think with the underway replenishment, I'll have to keep an eye on it, but I think with the underway replenishment, there should be enough fuel in here to get us all the way there. Let's keep an eye on things here. We have like a slow underway fuel replenishment tech. I don't know if it like it's only at 20%. I don't know. It doesn't seem to be. Okay, actually, I say I have it. I do have it. Okay. The rate might not be high enough to make up for, the fuel expenditure. So because it's annoying to have that message pop up, we're just going to cancel these movement orders for a minute. Let the ship refuel itself from the tanks on the terraforming base, and then we'll move on. Okay, it is not refueling itself. Perhaps tractored ships cannot do this thing. Maybe. Oh, no, I know what it is. It's because the minimum fuel amount, it's at its minimum fuel amount. Interesting. So there's kind of like a bit of circular logic in there. Okay, so I used this value to make sure it would leave with 3 million liters of fuel, but now it won't refuel below this because this is the minimum fuel. So if I change this to, say, 1 million, then I think it should refuel, and I want to test it actually with the underway replenishment. So it's at 16% now. Let's have it keep going to Procyon. And let's see if this works. I'll be very curious. Oh, meanwhile, we researched an improved version of our particle weapons. I want to get the range because we can. We'll look at that in a moment. And also, I wanted to look at the moon. Okay, we're adding water vapor. Looks like we're going to have to add a lot more water vapor. It's very steamy right now. Okay, it is not refueling fast enough. Let's see if it will, however, if I tell it to stop moving, stop and refuel for a while. Yep. Okay, so that was it. Again, maybe because it's tractored. No, not because it's tractored, but it just the rate of tractored refueling is too low to outweigh the fuel expenditure from having a bunch of engines pull a space station. Seems reasonable. Okay, let's on with the mission then. Okay, we added the water vapor. Now there's just a bunch of water vapor in the atmosphere, but it just hasn't quite precipitated down. Well, the temperature is fine. Hydrographic extent. The water vapor will gradually, like there's a water cycle, but for now we just need to add more. So let's do that. Let's add a bunch more water until we get a hydrosphere, basically, is what we're doing. Okay, we finished the Discovery 3 is back in town. We need to upgrade it. Okay, the Spruance 2 has stabilized Cygni, so now we can move north here. Stabilize, transit, stabilize. Research complete. So this is just our research rate for 10,000 RP that was complete. So these are just important things to keep gradually increasing, not to let your economy sort of fall behind. Let's queue wealth generation. Okay, we built a new tanker, but now we have one last old tanker that can be refit. So let's do that. And we finished this ring of stabilization here. So let's go up here and stabilize Easy Quarry. Stabilize, transit, stabilize. Incidentally, if we take a look here, so Lalande still has 2 more unexplored jump points, and then YZ SETI, already we've discovered 3. Here we haven't yet discovered, or maybe we're not looking for them yet, I'm not sure. Altair, at least 1 more. DX Cancri, we haven't looked so far, we're still doing a geosurvey, and down here there's at least 1 more. And if we look from Sol, the furthest out really that we've explored is still only, it's up here, is 18 light years. Not 18 light years, 18 billion. Sorry, these are billions of kilometers. Which is not, still not too far. There's just a lot of short hops, which is unusual. I find typically, or maybe, I don't know, maybe this is more typical of the system generation in C#. But maybe it's just that the systems are smaller, the jump points are closer together. Like, it seemed pretty unusual to have like all these jump points, these chains, less than 1 billion or so kilometers. So we got a ton of systems, but the total distance away from Sol is pretty close. And the game generated an NPR race, but it's a minimum of 25 billion kilometers away from us. So we still haven't come close to possibly finding them. Now, we could have generated an NPR in one of these systems that had terraformable planets. We just didn't. There's a decent percent chance of it happening. I kept it on default, which is pretty low, about 30%. So we didn't get any, but in one of these systems we could have gotten one. But we just so far haven't yet found any aliens. Now, only now have we really upgraded our survey ships to be able to effectively survey out like 15 billion kilometers from Sol. But yeah, that's happening. And so I'm going to wrap this stream up. Right now in Sol, something that I've basically completely ignored, but is the fact that we've mined out titanium and bornite. We're working out mercassium. But the truth is, we're not, like, I'm producing as fast as I can, but this was I'm thinking about the pace of the game so far, and this has been different than the previous games that I've done, in Aurora C#. But as a TN start, I've been, busy doing sort of the micro, but it's not, the micro is nice to do. It's not painful. It's a lot smoother than it used to be. And we've been, I guess, so preoccupied with all the surveying of the galaxy. Really, we're only like 20 years in, not even. We're 16 years in. And we started with a pretty, it's like a low-tech TN start. So it didn't give us a big boost in terms of our industrial capacity. So it's actually quite reasonable that we're not really running into any big industrial bottlenecks. Now, looking at it, I realize, of course, that we have an epic amount of duranium, on Earth. And our corundium stockpiles are still okay. But it's interesting that, yeah, and we produced a ton of military ships, but not too many. I mean, we have a sizable military. We've got like 300,000 tons of military, tonnage. So that's respectable. I think things are pretty balanced so far. Now we have an issue, which is that Earth is, the Sol system is pretty mineral light, to tell you the truth. And in particular, well, look, duranium, if we just look quickly in all our planets, we're going to have plenty of duranium. However, if we look at something like corundium, have we found any? Oh. How about now? All right, let's... Yeah, we still... All the systems that we've surveyed, and we have not really found a good source of corundium. So that's a problem. Even in the Sol system on the comets, there isn't much. I mean, what's LHS like? A moon. Just this random moon in the LHS system. So corundium is going to be an issue, and that might be the main focus. Where is LHS? Let's just take a look. I forget where that is. All the way up here. So yeah, we're going to have to stabilize all the way here because this terrible accessibility might be our only reliable source of corundium, which is pretty pathetic. And in fact, it was like on a random moon, right? Where is it? One of these, there's a gas giant here. Okay. Actually, we might make this into a colony, this methane atmosphere, large terrestrial moon, and there is a chance that we find additional deposits, but this is a terrible accessibility. I mean, this would be worth colonizing for the other minerals anyways. So this strange, way out there, clearly not optimal colony might just have to be our first colony to secure corundium. Yeah, survey harder, says French Fred. I know. I'm trying. I'm pretty happy with the survey ship design. There are many ways you can do surveying. You can do like carriers, you can do missiles, whatever. There's, dedicated ships. But in my experience playing this game, the most important thing is finding a design that is relatively efficient, but micro-free. And so just being able to send the ships out to a system, and the only thing I have to micromanage is sort of when they get worn down and have to come back home to refuel and to overhaul. That makes life a lot easier. Anyways, I'm going to leave it here. It's been a pretty long stream this afternoon, about 5 hours. I'll try to stream the rest of this game. I might continue playing this campaign off camera. But I'll do my best to keep putting this content out so you guys can follow along. Thanks to all of you who were watching and who were asking questions and who were answering my questions. And I'm going to go make some dinner. So I'll see you guys later. Take care, everybody.